as I say, give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit! Trying to hit me and hit me. Hello, sir? Hello, sir? Sir? Sir?
It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. It did not work at all.
Why, hello. How's everybody doing? So I'm gonna do some weird shit. For anyone who didn't see it yesterday, we're gonna practice this fucking Shad's build, which is, I'm still not sure how I'm gonna level it. Really? Around the edge for 10% attack speed instead of through the life. Yeah, that makes sense. So then down here, down there, down here, really only if you're using physical weapons, right? Evening. That's good, and that's good, and that's good, and that's good. This is great. This is basically only for fizz weapons. I don't know if Shad's is here. Is this a proper like fizz build? Like, does it have to be fizz? Can you use Ellie Claws? Well, I'm more looking at this. It's taken pretty early in the leveling tree. And I'm just looking at it like, this is a really bad wheel if you're not a fizz weapon. It's a fantastic wheel if you're a fizz weapon. But it's a pretty bad wheel if you're just a generic Ellie Claw. Have you had any Baylor build reviews this league? Build reviews? What is it? What does that mean? Like looking at other people's builds? Maybe. Probably not until patch notes though. How bad did the ED Contagion getting it? It's so bad. It was so bad. ED Contagion might be the worst fucking skill in the game. It was so bad. It makes me really sad. I'm gonna be honest, it makes me a little bit sad too, because I do remember playing ED Contagion many years ago and not hating it. But now it's very bad.
You were born to be swift and strong. What did you do with your gifts, duelist? You squandered them on self-indulgence. Sin has led you...
Dracula's Ball Lightning build. I did. It actually looks pretty good.
Challenge me here.
It actually looks pretty good. That's my favorite League Star lead up content. So my main goal is, other than Poison SRS, I'd like to have like 2, hopefully, other really good, solidly built out and very different League Start guides, full guides for the website. Because now that I've signed everything, I haven't actually started the page yet, but we will be doing that this week. But basically I'm going to have one of those like Icy Vein hubs for builds, because I needed somewhere to put my guilds, my builds. But now I would like to get quite a bit more into it.
It's nice not to be dead yet.
Well, I've got Poison SRS already. So that's a thing that will just happen. Right?
Fine work.
Okay. What do we level with? Is Splitting Steel bad? It's not bad, right? Splitting Steel is actually pretty good, right? Now? Because it doesn't have that reload thing anymore that used to be fucking trash. I'm only talking about like the 12 levels. Right, like up until level 12, I think it is. I'm just looking that. Be the, what's this one? Oh, there was another teaser today. Oh, unpause, undo the thing. Make it so you can hear it. There we go.
Director on Path of Exile. In 324, the Masters, Alva of Incursion, Nico of Delve, Einhar of Bestiary, and Jun of Betrayal will no longer be mutually exclusive and can appear in the same map.
Excuse me? Do you know how much money you can make off farming masters?
Speaking of Betrayal, we're making the following changes. The Ashling reward of remove a random modifier, replacing it with the Veiled modifier instead, has been moved to the function of the Veiled Chaos Orb.
Okay, that's not how I expected them to fix that problem. I'm fine with that, but what about the way we used Veiled Chaos Orbs right now?
And has been removed from safe houses. Veiled Chaos Orbs will now exclusively drop from Katarina, the leader of the Immortal Syndicate.
That makes sense.
This makes the orb more powerful, but also allows for full trading of this craft between players and a more clear path to target farming this orb by maximizing your Katarina kills.
Yep, that makes sense.
The capability to add higher than 20% quality to weapons, armors, and flasks has been removed from Betrayal.
No! No!
And these reward outcomes have been replaced. Your flasks can now be
Corrupted flasks?
corrupted by Valorbs, which will add a random quality value from
Oh, Pathfinder's fucked. Oh, my poor Pathfinder. Oh, that's rough. Yo, that's fucked up. That's fucked up.
-10 to +10. Valorbs.
Yeah, that's fucked.
Which will add a random quality value.
Check the implicits. That's what I was just saying is fucked. +5 maximum fire res. That is such a that's fucked. Maximum fire res is worth nowhere near as much as the old implicit of 20% less damage was. Like way worse. Like way worse. Way worse. The entire Transcendence Lawweave tech is gone. Or like 80% of Flask Finder's defenses are out in trash. That's the whole build. That's
value.
rough.
From -10 to +10. Good luck. The craft that upgrades an amulet to a talisman has instead been moved to Bestiary League.
If you think that's a 10% reduction, you're not understanding how those flasks worked at all.
Since the captured monsters in Bestiary can be traded, you can now trade for the amulet craft at your leisure. We'll talk
Okay,
more about what we're
no one
doing
cares
with this
about that.
content in our development update livestream on March 21st. Thanks for watching.
Okay, big takeaway here is Pathfinder's absolutely fucked. That's my big takeaway here. No, that's none of that. +5 max res is fair though, as it's helpful early in the mid game. So it's not. It's like early game, it's still weaker than just the old flask was. And then the more max res you get, the less important that +5 is. And it was already possible and relatively easy to get it up to the cap of 90, which then makes those flasks completely and utterly worthless in every way. Which is weird, but there's not just that. Not just stacking max res, which was pretty easy to get to 90 before, and then those flasks were on top of that, which are now completely and utterly worthless in that case. But also, on top of that, it gets rid of all of the Lawweave tech and all of the Transcendence tech. So all of the and all of the people who did both of those things together, all gone. Those are all Pathfinder tricks. Pathfinder is crying horribly in a corner. We will not be making Pathfinder builds at all. There's absolutely no reason for that change that I can think of. That's a bad change. That's a bad change.
Not the most pleasant of arenas, but it'll have to do for now. My spirit is spent.
85 or under? No. Hang on. I don't think that's right, is it? It's exactly on par, damage reduction wise. Exactly on par if you're at 75 res. If you do no max res scaling at all, 20% and 5 max res is the same thing. Every time you get a single max res, that flask is now worth less. Is it? Is it worth more? So what? Let's say you're at 85 res, right? Is it worth more? So let's say you're at 85 res. So you would take 15 damage per 100. You would now take 5 of that off with 5 max res, so you'd be at 10. And if it was 15 times 0, you take 12 instead of 10. So it is slightly more powerful in the early mid then? Except that it's still removed entirely. All lore weave things and all transcendence things, because they're completely and utterly worthless now. Those things, we can't scale those either. So in cases where you could never get more than 85 res to begin with, this is fine. And in cases where you don't use any of the transcendence, any of the lore weave things, any of those things, then it's also fine. I still don't like it. What I wanted was for the amethyst flask to be changed to, instead of giving chaos res, to give less chaos damage taken. Pathfinder with a less damage taken stacking is like my absolute favorite like archetype thing to do. So I'm still not happy about it.
It seems this new arena suits me.
For the URL. Aha. I will look at that in just a second. Here's the thing. It doesn't make sense to me before I look at that graph. It doesn't make sense to me that it would be better now. Because when they made the original change, there was massive posts about how these new flasks that don't have max res in it are actually so much better. Everyone was in agreement. The new flasks with less damage taken instead of max res were a buff and were better. We're now changing it back to the old way, and there are people that are trying to tell me this is a buff, they're better. It doesn't make sense. It can't be better both ways. Okay, so what is this then? Hang on. The ones that are removed will allow you to stack reductions past the 90% res cap. Yes. That's what I like. Mask effect, less res, max. Changes from less to max res, damage pass through. So how does this read? So what, flask finders on average have, at least the ones I play, have about 100% flask effect. That's usually my go-to, like, goal is to double the effect of flasks for my flask finders. So this is the relevant line right here. So 75 res, it appears unchanged. If you were getting a little bit of max res, it's seemingly better, and then better, and then better again, and then better again, and then better again, and then better again, and then almost back to unchanged at 83 max res. And then worse if you're going above that. Is that how this is read? What are we calculating here? They changed flasks. It wasn't actually part of the announcement, but in that most recent post where they were showing the corruption values of flasks, they changed the flasks so that they are no longer less damage taken, the elemental ones. They are now 5 max res instead of 20% less damage taken. So we're trying to work out. So this is also why I'm saying this is a huge nerf, and other people are saying, wait, this is better. And that's because I exist over here. This is the area where my characters are built right now. All my pathfinders exist in like roughly this area, where it is significantly worse for me. But a lot of people, probably most people, exist up in this area here, where it is anywhere from slightly to significantly better for them. Interesting. So Lawweave Transcendence is out the window. But Transcendence without Lawweave is now a bigger option. Hmm. No, it could still be a Pathfinder. You can still do Pathfinder stuff. It's just going to be a little different. Instead of wearing 3 elemental flasks and using a Lawweave, you're going to get your chest slot back because you're not going to use a Lawweave anymore. You're going to have to go melding. It's now going to require some investment in max res stacking. But using the new flasks to get to 90 max res, and you get your chest back, which means a few things. Getting your chest back gives you a few options. You can use explode chests. You can use the giant 6-link aura things with like RMR on them and a bunch of defenses. You can use a Cloak of Defiance again, which might make 100% fizz conversion significantly fucking easier and make you not need a double or triple Watcher's Eye. You can do fourth foul. You can do... Can the flask get you to 95? No, nothing can get you above 90. So the reason my my first visceral reaction is, holy shit, that's a huge nerf, is because all my builds exist in here to about here, like this area right here, right? So I exist in like these 3 or 4 rungs right here. This is my go-to area. And I'm usually looking at 86 to 90 max res, depending on the build. So my area of existence when I make Pathfinder builds is this square right here. If I try and do the exact same thing I'm already doing, I am massively nerfed. Massively nerfed. This is like across the board for all the builds I ran. Bad. But that's just not adapting. There are other options. There are different things to do now. That's fine. Run a purity now, get some max res in places. Get yourself up back into the... You could easily get back into the 88 to 90 even with a melding on. And then you could run Transcendence. And sure, I'd be taking like, you know, 67% more damage than a normal old 90 cap one would. But instead, I'd have 2 extra flasks slot back because I wouldn't have to run all 3 elemental flasks, just 1. And I'd have room in those 2 slots. I would have room for 2 armor flasks that I don't normally have. I'd be able to run Transcendence with the 2 armor flasks of 20% more, which is doubled, and 1500, which is doubled, plus the armor you get. Probably looking at 40k armor, maybe 50. 40 to 50k armor and Transcendence. On top of that is going to be a... What, like a 75 to 80%? It could end up stronger. Isn't that deep? Is it worse or no? I mean, it is both worse and better. It is much worse for the builds I was already making. It is way better for people who existed in this whole... Way better for anyone who existed in like this row right here. This is huge, right? If you existed here, way better. And really anything above that, improvement, better. It's good for the game. There's no telling. There's no telling things like that. Brass Dome. Yeah. Brass Dome as the chest is a really good option. Okay. Well, this does fuck the ways that I used to build Pathfinder. Those are all fucked. Those were all fucked. All the ways I was building Pathfinders, they're dead now. But there are new options. I can definitely play some new things. There are new things I can do with that. That's okay. I'm a smart cookie. I'll fix it. Oh no.
My spirit is spent.
Oh no. Oh, I think it's better. Oh, excuse me, no. I think I'm going to be able to get a bigger max hit. I think the builds that had 900k are going to have 1.2 mil. Ish. Roughly. Never mind. I'm no longer upset. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Pretend you didn't read a thing. Don't worry about it. You saw nothing.
Couldn't ask for a better training ground than Rayclass.
I don't have a thing. No share. No. No, can't share it. Can't share it. Needs to work. Oh my god, stop it. You suck. I think I could league start it. I think I could league start a Pathfinder and make it tankier than it's ever been. But it doesn't have to. Oh. Huh. I'll give you our spoiler. Actually, no, I won't. Because I'm not sure yet. Hey, if I'm gonna run something untested, like the whole team will have the build sent to them and the idea and the plan, and it'll be scrutinized heavily before I run it.
Farewell.
Send it to me. Listen, is it bad that I don't want to send anything to Blakey until it's too late for any changes to happen? Ah. 100% deviant behavior. Look, I mean, it's not like he's the one doing the bug fixing or anything. It's not the one like he's doing balancing
Get your magic find characters
changes,
ready.
but like, you know, I like to abuse broken
That
shit.
time soon.
Also, Fix My Flicks, thank you very much for the T1 sub. And also Bane77, I was in the middle of having a brain epiphany when you subbed and I forgot to say thank you. So also thank you. How many badges do you get to have? Like, he's been removed from the group chat? No, he has not. Made a second chat without him? That'd be so bad form.
My spirit is spent.
The more I think about this idea, the more I am confident that I can make a Pathfinder even tankier than the ones that existed this league because of those changes. I think I can make a significantly tankier Pathfinder. I just joined leveling anything specific. Yes. A Molten Strike champion for softcore. You can, but what about normal players? Define normal. In what way am I not a normal player? Just curious. I'm not saying I'm not a normal player. I'm just saying in what way specifically. The cock leveling go? Oh, I didn't do it. There's already Crouching and Palstron are already working on that build. It looks very good. It looks very interesting. I'm curious to see what they come up with, but there's no reason for me to try it as well. Give me the tech. I need to max it Infinite Pathfinder. So there's a few reasons I'm not giving the tech right now. One, I don't know that it'll work. I haven't tested it. I haven't put it into Path of Building. It's just an idea brewing in my brain. Two, when ideas like this brew in my brain, there's about a 70% chance that it's not viable and I've forgotten something, which is why I run it through the brain trust when I'm ready to put it together. So we'll do that first. I don't want to bait people into trying shit that doesn't work. And if I'm the only person who has the idea, then it'd be great if I could flesh it out first. So that I can make videos on it. So 70% chance it's trash and I forgot something. As soon as the sun comes up. Running balance fun is my specialty. Someone who can afford a mage blood in a week is not normal. Okay, I mean, I understand that. Counterpoint. That's just knowledge. That's not even that much time based. Like, some of it is time based. If you've only got like an hour a day, you're probably not getting a mage blood in a week. But I think you can buy a headhunter or a mage blood in a week if you've got that opening weekend off, and you can play, you know, 8 hours a day both of those days, and then 2 hours a day for the rest of the week. I think you could still afford it if you wanted to. In fact, I'd be willing to bet that anyone of any skill level, if they just had 8 hours for the first 2 days and 2 hours a day for the rest of the week, would be able to afford a mage blood by the, or a headhunter at least, by the end of week 1. These are knowledge-based things, not necessarily degenerate time-based things. You do need some time, but not like 12, 14, 16 hours a day like I play. Like, it is something anybody can do. And the reason I know that is because I take a few people every league and do one-on-one coaching with them. And I have taken, at this point, like 14 people who have never have more than 10 or 20 divines into owning a headhunter in a week. Just by following instructions. So I know it can be done, and I know it can be done by people with casual amount of playtime.
I can live with that.
Now do coffee? I could if she was willing to actually put in those amount of hours.
The tale of Brutus was a popular one in the schools of the...
By the way, you should be really using a two-hander. I would love to be using a two-hander. I agree. I checked the vendor earlier. You can check again now. That one will do. I can't wear it until level 8. Oh, I'm level 7. It's allowing something like 14 hours to get a major and a header, not including time, assuming it's a 4-hour. Probably faster than most normal players. So you're probably right, because most of those, I guess, is 2 days longer than that. The people that I've taken that I've done that with have had weekends off and only 2 to 3 hours a day during the week. So they get the first weekend and the second weekend. So I guess I'm not counting, it's not really 7 days, because they're getting it within 9 or 10, and they're getting that second weekend where they get to do like 8 to 10 hours a day on the weekend as well.
Welcome.
So I guess that's a little disingenuous, the time frame that I just set. But I mean, including that second weekend as well, I've now coached like 14 people to like casual players to getting to that level, like quite easily. A lot of people don't think that's possible. I understand. But it is. And it just is. But yeah, it's the extra 2 days there is important. I did leave that out. I wasn't really thinking. When I think about my league start week, I think about the entire, I usually think about the second weekend as well. So it's not really a week. It's like a week and 2 days with 2 weekends worth of time, right? So there's those 2 extra 8-hour days is a lot of difference. What is the biggest thing you think people take away from these sessions? 2 things I think that stand out the most is that people realize how much time they're really wasting, because that's a big problem. People are just wasting a lot of time, just not doing anything productive at all. That's the first thing. And I think the second thing is probably having a clearer idea of what to do right from the beginning. So they're not sitting around on day 3 of a league going, oh, what do I do now? Do I need to get another watchstone? Do I need to progress this? Do I need to do that? Where do I need to like have knowing what to do? It's all just a knowledge game.
My spirit is spent.
What have you done with the real BalorMage? What do you mean? Oh, because I'm playing a melee character, right? No, that makes sense. I get it. I get it.
I recognize that pretty face. Grand Arena.
I can't do this just yet.
I think would suit you, duelist.
Yo, this steal skill is so much better. I'm only on a 2-link, and it's so much better than when it had those stupid fucking recall button on it.
You think me horror? I will show you what true horror is. Let me embrace you.
I wish it had MAME on it, but I didn't get a 2 red link, so it doesn't have MAME. That's slowing me down a little bit. I would like to have MAME right now, but should probably have a war banner too.
Skill beats size every time.
For some, take care.
I mean, I don't really need any of those.
Stay sharp out there.
I need more fucking red sockets though, I'll tell you what.
Welcome.
You'll do. You'll do.
Farewell.
Yes?
I need to move this thing. When do people put this? I want you to be like here and going up instead of down. Preferences, layout, bottom to top. Uh-oh. Oh, hang on. Top to bottom. Okay. Bottom to top. Right, there we go. When the league starts, the announcement, I like the masters and sending the regions to as well by maps. Yep. And to being able to do them all at once will be nice. What masters can we do through beasts, through scarabs? You can do delve through scarabs. Are there any others? Is it just delve? Einhar as well. Einhar and Delve can be done through Scarabs. And then you could sextant the other two and just guarantee all 4. And then you could still throw essences on the map device. Is this a new version of trade? So this is PoE overlay that I'm trying out. I'm not suggesting it to people right now because it's run through Overwolf, and I know people hate Overwolf. I don't, but I know people do. So I'm not suggesting it right now for others. Is a standalone version without Overwolf? I do. I just don't care. I'm perfectly content with Overwolf. I already use it for League. It doesn't cause any problems anymore. It doesn't hog all my system resources anymore, and it's not doing all of the things it used to do, where it was basically fucking acting as malware you downloaded. It's just got a really bad name still, so people don't want to use it, but it's fine for me. I don't care about that.
I do love the stink of victory.
Oh, that's a dead end. Rip.
I can't do this just yet. Ha! My fans in Oriath will barely recognize me. My spirit is spent.
The steel skills? Not for long, just for Act 1, I think. We're going Molten Strike. But we're probably not doing Molten Strike until we get Multi-Strike. So until then, one of the suggestions was Frost Blades. And I think Frost Blades is what Shad's used last time as well. But with Steel Skin skills the way they are, because they got like a rework this league and you don't have that like, recall thing anymore, I'm pretty tempted to keep using the Steel skill to begin with. It's pretty decent. Like, it's surprisingly good.
Get your Magic Find characters ready.
Oh my god, why are my load times so fucking instant? What's going on? Why is my load time so good? What a Matrix, thank you for a gifted sub. What do I mean now? They just get rid of it? They just got rid of it. They just got rid of it. It just doesn't have the recall button anymore. It just works. It's still got the one problem that's one of the biggest problems, at least that I perceive with melee, is that you basically have to have a melee totem. At least this version doesn't have to have two, which is way worse when you need both totems. I hate that. I want a support for the totem, or an actually better yet, not a support for the totem, an alt totem that does the ancestral protector, an alt totem that turns it from a active totem that does damage into a totem that sits on my back and never does damage ever, but gives me the buff. I think that would be cool. Just like leave the buff on me permanently, but don't deal your own damage.
Please understand that as a gentleman of honor, it pains me greatly to do this. Hard times call for hard hearts. I'm sure, were the circumstances reversed, you'll do precisely.
Totals were brought up in one of them. Yeah, I don't know if it's gonna get fixed now, but it is certainly like on their list of things that annoy people. So there's a chance that gets fixed eventually now.
It's not every day that I get to duel with a legend. Thank you, Fairgraves.
Make the totems banners basically, but I don't want them to reserve mana. Like their cost is already there. Their cost is hang on. Their cost is the it costs a gem socket, and then the cost of the alt quality one would just be it doesn't do damage anymore. Shattering Steel is level 12. I wonder if it's better. Hello. It's either going to be gem socket in your main link or be on reservation for it to be on your back. Why? The entirety of melee is balanced around you having one or two of these totems down at all time, making playing them a miserable fucking experience. And there's just no reason for it to need that. I'm just going to throw that on because I don't really care about it being full solo self-found right this second. Like, if I had my way, we would just get those totems wouldn't give buffs at all. They would give no buffs at all. And instead, the buffs that those are supposed to provide to make melee even remotely viable would just be rolled into the skills. So just the skills should just get those buffs so that we don't have to do that shit. That would be my real solution.
Stay sharp out there.
Talked about it, said they shouldn't have buffs at all. That's exactly what I would want. I want them to not have buffs at all, and then buff melee accordingly, right? Like buff all the melee skills so they don't require me to put down a totem, right? Huh. Yo, Shattering Steel's good now? It was good before. It was not. It had good enough damage before. That's not the same. It was fucking miserable to play. Having enough damage, it doesn't make it a good skill. It just means it did enough damage you could kill stuff. That's not the same. This is if we've gotten on a practice run. Ah. Young, but I'm not that old. Hello. Be good. Good enough. Ah. Hell's frozen over.
At last. I have so much I wish to share. This is not his true face!
Oh.
Spirit is spent.
Honestly, I've had way worse Bevails than that. This weapon's not even that good. I have way worse Bevails than this. Way worse. That wasn't that bad at all.
We stand at death's door. Ladies first, fair moon.
You don't need chromes? Yeah, I probably do, to be honest. Probably should have picked that up. Can't use stabs with this, can I? Axe or sword. Okay.
I am bruised.
Excited for new PoE. I am. So far, everything I've seen so far has been pretty good, except one thing that there's one thing that we've seen so far that I perceive as a mistake, like an actual mistake. Like, I disagree. Only one of everything that I've seen, which is that which was taken potentially not being in the game at all. They didn't explicitly say it wasn't in the game. They said it wasn't entering the core drop pool. It might still enter a boss drop pool, which would be fine. But I think that which was taken is a fantastic chase unique that can drop regularly without ruining everything. It's like a Watcher's Eye, but with even more RNG involved. And I really think it was the most interesting and coolest drop from the entire league, and it wasn't kept, and that feels like a mistake. But that's the only thing that I've seen so far that I like disagree with.
My spirit is spent.
Add it to an Uber. So I actually think that it should be, or should have been, added to all Ubers, not just an Uber, at like something like a 10 or 15% drop rate, so that it's like relatively common actually. Because most of that which was taken are actually trash, right? The problem shouldn't be, oh, I can't get any of that which was taken to drop. The problem should be, all my that which was taken are shit so far. You should be fishing for them like you fish for Watcher's Eyes, because it's fun and it has the potential to be really good, but is usually trash, just like your Watcher's Eyes. I think it would be a cool chase item to have. And I think that without charms to stack those modifiers over and over and over again, most of them are probably fine. Like, they're strong, they're powerful, yeah, but like I don't think it breaks the entire game to just have that which was taken. You're limited to one. The really, really, really powerful ones are going to be stupidly giga expensive, and it would just be another like chase item to go for. And I think that would have been a good thing.
Prize or perish. Your trouble.
I'm just gonna haven't used. Oh, I don't think a delve rework is happening. I also don't do delve. But the reason I don't think a delve rework is on the list is because there are a lot of people who do delve right now, and those people who delve really like it. They think it's in a really good spot. So I just think like delve isn't content that I'm interested in, but the people who run it really like it. So I don't think it needs a new rework of any kind, because there's plenty of people running it that enjoy it. Just not for me. That's okay.
A pity your mind wasn't as swift as your blades, bridge rat.
Not all content needs to be for me.
I have.
Yeah.
A beast hunts. Remember
You and me.
Ultimatum needs to get back on the shelf. Ultimatum is my absolute favorite mechanic. I absolutely do not want it to go back on the shelf. What would be nice if it was actually worth running at all. Please buff the rewards from Ultimatum. What the fuck? Why are they so trash?
Ready, exile? It is.
The first thing I would personally do with Ultimatum is they made it so that all of the mobs that you kill in Ultimatum don't even drop loot. That's fucking stupid. Turn the loot back on so they drop loot to begin with. We can talk about buffing the rewards as well, because I think the rewards as well do need to be buffed a little bit. But I don't know if stopping the mobs from dropping loot was ever the play. That's just not. You know what I really like in my ARPGs for mobs I kill to literally not be able to drop anything. That seems silly. Need to get a bit of accuracy. Need a new weapon already?
My spirit.
The problems with melee. You need new weapons so often. Oh, thank you. Actually, maybe. Yup. You'll do. That'll do nicely, thank you. I get 2 levels before I can wear it, but that'll do the trick. Suffer for a little bit and then also get an extra link when you get there. A much stronger weapon and 1 more link. Good to go. Imagine complaining about your weapon and then the mob you're actively fighting at the time giving you a brand new weapon. Like a good one too.
It's hard to cast a spell with a blade in your throat, isn't it, witch?
Oh, that's even better. That's links that aren't in my weapon that I can put on now. Can I put it on now? Yeah, I'll figure it out. Yeah, I'll just replace stash. Tempted to try hardcore for this league as I haven't done it yet. I would suggest your first time in hardcore shouldn't be at a league start. I would suggest your first time in hardcore should be like a reroll mid-league so that you can... Like you might find you enjoy it a lot and then want to league start hardcore the next time or whatever. Which, great if that's the case. But I don't know that I'd want to like start in...
My spirit is spent.
Yo, this is rough. Hang on. 84 DPS. Way more on that one, but this can go on for now. No, it can't. That's not an axe.
I can't do this just yet.
Morning. It does have the upside of being able to see and died at position. I actually love seeing those messages. If there's one thing that I miss the most about playing hardcore, it's seeing my name in lights when I definitely die. Or then after the first time, I never catch up because I'm not quick enough to do that. So then also seeing just other people's names in lights.
Ready.
Where the fudge knuckle is the way through here? Are you kidding me? What a Matrix, thank you very much for the gifted sub. Where do you get accuracy? Here. Accuracy. Eh. I think I should run precision for a bit. Yeah, I think I should run precision.
My spirit is spent.
Oh. That's better. That's better. Normal people get the accuracy per green socket node. Right? Actually though.
What?
He does this melee stuff. Okay, so we can get rid of dash, right? Excuse me. Get rid of dash. Put in leap instead. We don't need vitality. I just picked it up because it was there. Right? So leap can go in. And then we can just pick up precision. And that can go there. And we can also pick up this banner, which I should have had the whole time, but I didn't have. Should have had the whole time though. Builder thinking Bone Shatter myself, not Bone Shatter. Molten Strike. And let's not jump to thinking that I'm going to be playing it in the actual league. Also, I tell you what, I reckon I could take a second point here in Mana Leech real early. Even this one, actually.
Damn me. Farewell.
fucking load screens. They're goddamn instant. What the fuck is happening? No one is playing? That does not matter. What did they do? This might be the fastest my load screens have ever been in PoE history. What the fuck happened? Shader stuff again? Okay, but I haven't repopulated my shaders. This is what it looks like when fucking Ben loads screens. What? How am I getting that? There's not enough time. How does it have time to go that fast? Light doesn't move that fast. Are we not authenticating through Texas anymore? What the fuck is going on? Look at that. The way I understood how loading worked is I send a request when I click the door to the Australian server, and then the Australian server goes, yo, I gotta kick this over to Texas. I'm not allowed to authenticate the creation of your zone. And so it sends a thing to Texas, sits in Texas waiting to be authenticated. The Texas server says, yes, you're allowed to make an instance for them. And then that sends that back to the Australian server, and then the Australian server makes me an instance once it's been authenticated or whatever, been given permission. That's how it's worked. That's how it's always worked. There's not enough time. That can't be doing that anymore. That's too quick for that, right?
My spirit is spent.
Go to launch a map, see what happens. All right, I'm gonna log into a real character after I kill this thing and port out. Let's see what happens on the map. Stay off my Texas server. I mean, but that's why people in Texas, or really just anywhere in the United States, but especially near Texas, have way quicker load screens than anyone in Australia could ever have gotten. At least that was my understanding of how it works. I've been wrong before. I'm not wrong about this though. That is how it did work. It's apparently not working that way anymore. Well, that maybe that's not true. Maybe it can move that quick. Maybe it's like, maybe there used to be like a queuing of people who asked for new instances that is skipping, or maybe like somehow that process is quicker. I don't fucking know what's happening. Right? Like I don't know how any of that really works. All right, here's my actual build. I have not run a single map since the repopulation, so we may have to launch 2 maps of the same kind just to see what happens. Was it? That seemed fucking fast.
Hello.
Remember, I haven't been here, I haven't been to my hideout, and I haven't been into any map since the shaders reload. So the first one might be pretty dodge because I haven't done any of the stuff, right?
Nothing you have done was real.
And we'll kill a few mobs real quick and then we'll just leave. Oh yeah, we're on that league start filter, by the way. They reload shaders. The patch automatically reloaded all of your shaders, like cleared them all. Something's going on with my mouse. All right, that should be enough. We've killed some shit now. Okay. Now, real test, go. Because I've already loaded stuff. Well, I could have just re-entered the same map, actually. That's so quick. What the fuck? No deli in this map though. That is loading quicker than any map has ever loaded in my life. Although, I will say, a bit of lag going on in my map. Like my mouse keeps getting caught. Like I actually thought there was something like under my mouse pointer.
You will be a survivor, or you will be fooled. We will be until we slaughter you. You have been captured. You will be a survivor. Away, or you will be fooled. Till we slaughter you. You go, the beast. Away. You have been captured, beast. You will be.
Okay, tell you what. Grab me out a map or two. Whatever. I shouldn't care what these maps are. Actually, let's just grab those two maps out right now. Right? And I don't care about any of this because I'm not ever doing this shit again, right? Oh look, here's a full juice one. Here's a full juice one. Let's pick a juice map. You'll do. Let's turn my loot filter back off because that will crash the entire game. Some kind of juice, that's the one. Nope, I need scrabs as well. What scrabs was I using? We're gonna go, what was it, breach? Was it doing breach? Abyss. Fucking what was I doing? Yeah, breach, abyss.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Abyss, breach, reliquary, and F London with a 31-month resub. The fuck was the fourth one I was running? I literally don't remember. Oh, it was beasts. Nah, it was beasts. All right, it's full juice. It's full juice. Launching of the map still took the same amount of time, right? That was still quite slow because I'm adding a buttload of shit to it, which is fine. Ah! That's a fifth the time. I could load into that map 5 times. What has happened? What has happened? Those were like 12-second load screens every single map, like minimum. How can it possibly be that quick?
This one is captured. Until we slaughter you.
Something is happening with my mouse though. Like lag? Like there's a weird lag going on with my mouse.
The first ones look upon this capture with pride. You are welcome to the end, little beast. This is a fine capture.
Like a weird lag going on with my mouse that I've never experienced in this game before. That feels like there's a bit of hair underneath my mouse pointer, right? Like on the light lasery bit. That's what it feels like.
We will be best friends, beast. We will until be we slaughter friends, you. Till we slaughter you.
Spent 30 minutes trying to find the hair just to come to the conclusion there is no hair. Okay, so I'm not the only one with this weird mouse laggy problem. I'm not even using YOLO mouse or anything. Right, it's faster. It's so much faster. It's not just like a little bit faster or like, oh, that's improved. It's like so much faster. Sure.
This one is captured. I now take it.
Global Fizz and Global Crit Strike Multi. I don't know if those go well together. I don't know if that's a particularly good combination. I'm only going to run this one map, by the way. I have no interest in making like profit or anything here. FPS feel about the same? Yeah, but I wasn't really having any big FPS problems before in these maps either. So because I wasn't really having issues, I can't tell you if it's any better or not. I was having huge problems with it when I was playing a bow build. That was horrendous. But once I changed into this build, I basically specifically picked a build that never had hits. I just got rid of hits from my build entirely so that I could not have all the lag calculated by the amount of hits.
Get your Magic Find characters ready.
Rotang, thank you for the 6 to 9 month resub. I think it's an issue with arrows. It's not arrows, it's just the amount of individual hits that happen. So like KB has, it's not individual mobs that get hit, it's the individual hits that happen. So like Tornado Shot versus Kinetic Blast, you might hit all of the mobs, but with Kinetic Blast and 3 PS, you're hitting like, you know, 3 deep with melee and 3 sets of explosions. And then with Kinetic Blast, you're firing 14 arrows that then fork twice, that then chain. And by the time you get to that end number, your individual hit calculations are like 4 or 5 times as high as Kinetic Blast. I went to the extreme and just went, fuck you, no hits. I want 0 hits. But KB would certainly be better.
You are well prepared for the end. It's a fight.
A new Scourge arrows insane with lag? Yes. Yes, it was. I play on Texas server. My load screens are usually 3 to 4 seconds. I'm like sub 1.5 now. I'm getting like 2 seconds ish, so slightly longer than you, but it's way better. They used to be like loading into this map was a 20-second ordeal every single time all league. 15-20 seconds. Now it's 3. What the fuck is going on? Alexia, thank you very much for the 6 gifted subs. It is that. I don't know what happened. I don't understand what happened. That needs one more. I actually don't care at all about like looking. I was like, oh, I should go look through the map and see if there are headhunters or mage bloods on the. I don't give a fuck. Why would I do that? I don't care. Like, oh no, there's a duplicated mage blood. Don't care. There's no league. No, this was just me testing some things. So even if the map was empty, if I'm going back into loot, my load screens the entire league, because this is the kind of juice maps I've been doing the entire league, were even the second time into the same map was usually like 12 to 15 seconds. That's just how long it takes to load into these sort of juiced maps in Australia. It's never been quicker than that. 12, 15 seconds minimum. Mattman, thank you very much for the prime. Now, what's that? 3.5, 4 seconds? From 12 to 15 to 3.5. What the fuck is happening? How did they do that? I'm never that long, but I'm in a map in like 1 second now. I don't understand. Hey, we're on a hype train. I mean, a scam train. They unwired the spaghetti? It's something. They did something. Whatever it is they did, I like it. Whatever it is they did, I like it. I remember feeling like 15-second load screens. Are we getting fast? Have I imagined this? How do I skip through to a time? Let me go find a time. Maybe I've imagined this. I don't know. Maybe I've imagined this. Back? Nope. Forward. Forward from here. Your hair looks red. Dye your hair again. It's supposed to be purple. That was pretty quick. Have I imagined this? Why was it? Was that just exceptionally quick compared to average? Let's see if I can find the next one. Takes me like an average of like... Should be like here. Yeah, you're looking for loot. No one cares. Get out of the map. Load the next map. Don't you know I'm human? Oh, you've still got fucking 2 abyss cracks left to go. So much fucking loot in those maps, man. Oh, this is in the Wildwood again. I passed it. Go back. Go back. Go back more. Go back more. Yep, put in a new map. Go. Stop reading chat. Just go in the map. Just go into the map. Don't look at chat. Ignore them. Go in the map. That's still only like 4 seconds. Why do I feel like I was waiting forever? Why do I feel like I was waiting forever? Excuse me. Did they do something mid-league? I don't know. Also, Shads, if you do this again, I should check if he's... Yeah, he is here. If you do this again, 100% just take these 2 nodes. I don't need mana potions. Like, just take them early. You don't need mana... You just... It's fine. I just took more mana leech. Yeah, fuck potions. You won't need them eventually, but like, if you take them when you get there, when you took the 1 mana leech node, you just don't need mana anymore. I'm gonna keep a mana potion because if there's like a long period of leaping, I might need it. But otherwise,
my spirit is spent.
Oh, that would also let me take a mastery. Oh, you could just take 10% of leeches instant as well if you wanted. I don't think you need it. Not gonna die anyway. Probably just a wasted point. Just the mana solve. Even on single target, mana's fine. No potion usage. Too good. Because it used to be bad. I felt like it was bad this league though. And I accepted the load screens because I knew how stupidly juiced my maps were and was just like, whatever. Yeah, it'll be fine. But maybe I was wrong. I don't know. Right. I'll be back in just a second. Okay. Right, I'm back. 15 seconds after loading a running map and running it and then loading a new. Huh. Just loading 4 times. I was staring at a pink void for a while. Hmm. Ooh, but I'm not that old.
You are well?
Just trying to figure out what support should be put in here. I currently have just maim and chance to bleed. That's not right. Is it wed? Hang on. Yeah, I think it's just wed. That'll do. Grab that for onslaught and then head down here for this bit and the conversion. Ah.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Zanen. Thank you for the 46-month resub. What the fuck? I don't think so. Fair. Yeah.
I believe I could give the great Duresso a run for his money now.
Oh, we got a whole bunch of catching up to do. We dropped like 50 subs while I was away for 6 days. Which doesn't seem like it should have happened numerically, but it did.
My spirit is spent.
Melee? Yep, melee. There's a duck. I see it. Nope. Now do. There we go.
Well, this can't be good.
Ready, exile? It is time to
Never see them again. Why does this feel good? This is melee. Is the passing auto renewals turned off? Yes. Fortunately, you don't have to turn on auto renewals for every single sub you have, but you do have to turn them back on once to accept the new pricing.
My spirit is spent.
Oh. I was like, where's all my loot? Fucking hidden, all of it. That's where it was. Twitch is gonna lose so much money from that. Yep. So are all of the streamers that have Australian audiences. Like, I'm sure there's an amount of people who just will get that notification and be like, actually, I don't need any of those anymore. Like, there'll be some people who will be like, actually, no. Because they just forgot they were running. But there's also a group of people that, like, would be fine with it and expect it to keep running, but just haven't been back to Twitch for a little bit and won't come back until, like, next league launch or something like that. That just aren't subbed right now and don't even know. Hello. Definitely gonna set us underway on the William layout. What? They're also removing the Prime Video watch party feature next lot. They're also in the normal Prime, the normal Amazon Prime that you've got. The Prime Video watching is gonna have ads. They're just by default is just gonna have ads, and you're gonna have to add an extra $3 a month to turn the ads off. I feel like they're all missing the point where at some point we all just start yah-ha-haing again. Like, what do you mean? Like, there's a Prime Video is something people pay for, right? I mean, if you have Amazon Prime, you have Prime Video right now. Completely ad-free. And you have for a while. But they're putting ads in it now. You're gonna have to pay separately to get Prime Video with an ad-free viewing again.
My spirit is spent.
But like, a lot of people stopped sailing the high seas because it was suddenly convenient and easy to do everything and watch everything we wanted at a reasonable price. And the more that splits up between different services, and then those services keep going up in price, and then they keep trying to put ads back on it again, like there's a point at which I will get back on the boat. Because like it's just there. The boat's just there. I can just get back on the boat. It's not fucking hard. And I'm already getting fucking close. And putting ads on things, that might be my final straw. Hoi hoi. So there was a thing, we've already seen this happen with cable TV. When cable TV first launched, it was also really good and really convenient for everyone. And then it split, and it split more, and it split more, and the prices kept going up, and eventually people stopped using it and started sailing around the place. Right? And then what? And then now cable TV is pretty much dead, realistically. And then here's what happened next. And this is what I predict is going to happen next in services. What happened next to cable companies who were doing cable TV is after that point, in an effort to save everything, they started releasing bundles where you would pay one company X amount of money and you would get this whole bundle of all of these things all at once through that service. And that made cable's TV better again. And it lasted another few years because of that. And then that started to go downhill and you got less and less and had to pay more and more, and then it was all over. So the next stage for streaming services is that they will start releasing bundles where you're like, if you do this, you get Amazon and fucking Hulu and Netflix together all in one go. And then that'll be the way to go for a little bit. And then that will then not be the way to go anymore after a little bit of time. It will also get worse. And then it'll fucking die. Like it's just not that hard to jump on a boat, man. It just isn't. The boat's right there. I've been sailing on that boat since I was 14. I can get back on it. I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable on the high seas, man. Like, I didn't want to go back there, but if you force me back over there, I fucking will.
Humanity has won. Keep your wits about you.
I am not. Goodbye.
80s and 90 kids all ready to sail again. Yeah. Some ISPs have already started doing that in Canada for like X amount on top of your internet. You can get Netflix and Crave and something else. Right. So the bundling services together has already started. That'll become significantly more prominent in the next few years as the streaming services try and save themselves. And then
my spirit is spent.
But like, it's the same thing. It's literally just history repeating itself. Like, it's exactly what happened to cable TV. You would have to be older than I am to have experienced cable TV when it was good and worth it. But there was a time, I just
There'll be
either
time
wasn't
for that
alive
soon
or
enough.
wasn't old enough. But there was a time. There was a time it was great. Cable TV was fantastic. You paid quite a reasonable price. You got a buttload of extra channels. It was completely ad-free. It was all the things everybody wanted. And then it got progressively worse and progressively worse. And then ads started showing on it. And then you started getting less content and more ads. And then it started costing more and just, you know. And that's what's happening to streaming services right now. It's the exact same thing. It already played out over the late 80s to early 2000s. The whole thing, it's just playing out again. It's the exact same thing a second time. Yo ho ho and a bottle of rum. I'm gonna start playing sea shanties, but I'd get DMCA claimed for it.
My spirit is spent.
Just make your own. Oh, Blake, you might not have been here. Last week or maybe the week before it, I don't know, time isn't real. Before I went on holidays, there was this new artist. Well, I don't know if he's a new artist or not, but like someone I had never heard of was releasing a song, and they had like all over TikTok a bit of little like clips of the song, and it sounded amazing, and I was really excited about it. It was a hype song that was going to come out in a few days. Really good. Really good. It was actually coming out on my first day of holiday, which is why I know it was like only a week or two ago, because it was coming out the first day I was going to take off, right? And because I was real excited about this song, and it was getting like lots of TikTok whatever's views, and like the dude was hyping it up and like all of that, I played one of his TikToks on stream that like sampled the song. I was part of the hype of the song, excited about the song that's coming out. It was really good. I got fucking DMCA'd for that. The 20-second clip of a song that isn't released yet, that he's actively trying to build hype for, that I was also excited for and showing people. I got DMCA'd for it. Yes. I got a claim. Isn't that fucking mental?
Be careful.
Is he DMCA you or some shit? Well, his record label did. Not the dude himself, but you know.
General, be well.
Not like the dude himself, but like that's the last time I show anyone a song that I'm excited about. I'll tell you that. Like, am I ever gonna be like on stream showing people a song I'm excited about coming out again? No. So you said he's some independent artist. It's just someone I had never heard of before. I don't know if he's like an independent person or whatever. Probably not, because he's got 400,000 followers on YouTube. He's only 21 years old, and I had never heard of him before. And I really like the music that I saw, but I don't know. He didn't make it. He's not made it on my list anymore. I'm like no longer excited about fucking. I'm no longer excited about his music because I got fucking DMCA claimed for being excited and showing people the music. Like, fuck off. Yes. Shadow. From Livingston, which I was really excited about. It was a fucking great song. And I showed one of the clips from TikTok, from his TikTok on stream. And then DMCA claim. I lost all of the revenue from YouTube, 100% of it, from that entire like 9.5 hour stream from that 20-second clip. And I got a strike on Twitch for showing people the song.
My spirit is spent.
Oh, that song? I did too. It's a really good song, but I'm never going to show anyone a new song again. Like, that's not happening. You can't share music with people. That'll get you demonetized and struck. The song Shadow by a guy named Livingston. It was really good. It is a really good song. But I guess he has a record label because fucking it was like instant. For a song that wasn't even released yet. By the way, it wasn't even released yet. I was joining in the hype and promotion of a new song for free. And I got DMCA claimed. That's fucked up, man. That's a DMCA, not what's a DMCA. He knows. Shouldn't there be a fucking... Where's my third bust? There it is.
Hello.
Be careful.
Uh-oh. There we go. It's fine.
Bring me back something nicer.
I could take more life. What are your thoughts on the Pathfinder nerf? Immediately when I saw it, I had a visceral negative reaction because the way I build Pathfinders, this is a heavy nerf to them. But after a little bit of thinking, I think I can actually make an even tankier, stronger Pathfinder because of these changes. So probably fine. I think I can go from a 900k hit to about a 1.2 mil hit because of that change, and also get extra offensive power at the same time. Changes, not to Pathfinder itself, but to flasks. Instead of having 20% less damage taken, they are reverted back to the old way of +5 max res. Also, now you have to craft like fucking 15 flasks per flask slot and vial them all to get quality, instead of just putting quality on them, which is a little bit meh, but whatever.
My spirit is spent.
I mean, it doesn't matter to me. I'll be rich. I'll just buy whatever I need. I don't give a fuck. But it is a little bit of a punch in the gut to everybody else for the quality. But the change to flasks, I don't think is a big problem anymore. I did when I first read it, and then I thought about it for a little while and was like, nah, actually it's fine. In short, we'll be getting max res from the flask and then spending that investment elsewhere. Yes, it's also a huge buff to melding. And because of that, and because of melding, it means you no longer need all 3 elemental flasks, only 1. So it's melding, and we have to scale max res on top of that. But now you also get 2 flask slot backs. You no longer need to have a topaz, ruby, and sapphire. You just need a sapphire, which is just going to be a taste of hate, which we always had to run anyway. So now you're just going to run that taste of hate and scale cold res to 90 that way, and now you get 2 flasks back on, this is on Pathfinder, right? And then ta-da, you're good. And yeah, Chieftain just gets the ruby flask they were already going to have to run anyway, and it's +5 all res. And then anyone else is just doing melding stuff. So melding, I think, is going to be a bit more expensive this league. And there's some interesting transcendence stuff that you can do, but you can't do transcendence lore weave anymore. That's not a good idea anymore, but that means you get your chest back. Where are the flask changes written? They're not written, but in the most recent teaser where they had where they were showing us the master changes and that you had to corrupt flasks now, the flasks themselves in that video have the new 5% max res instead of 20% less damage taken. All the masters appearing in Super Juice has matched your culling other mechanics are intended to have all those consumed tiles. I am concerned about that. I'm hoping that as part of So here's a reason I don't think that'll be a problem. The main reason, they've spoken about this in the past a long time ago, the main reason that they couldn't do multiple masters at once is because the master anchor points, there were only a few of them. Right? There were only a few master anchor points, so you couldn't use multiple masters. If you can now, I'm hoping that by extension that means that they've overcome whatever problem it is where putting more mechanics in your map can push out other mechanics, either by adding a large amount of extra anchor points so that it's not a problem anymore, or by just allowing multiple things to spawn on anchor points more reliably. Don't know which way, but I'm hoping one of those two things happened. I kind of like the Veiled Chaos Orb change. I love the Veiled Chaos Orb change, except that the current use of Veiled Chaos Orbs, where am I getting that use from next? Because that's pretty heavily used in crafting right now. Mostly in the like mid-tier crafting. Like not in the high-end stuff, but like in the mid-tier stuff, it's used pretty regularly. And I would like to know where we get that usage back. The new orb is a T4 Ashling, yes. And the only way to get that orb now is to kill Katarina. And then the tier 4 Ashling is gone. TFT in shambles. That's a little bit excessive. TFT's got a lot of things that it does, but it's one less thing that you need TFT for. You can't remove the need for TFT, but you can start removing one thing at a time and make it less and less needed.
Get your magic
and that
characters
seems to
ready.
be happening. That seems to be happening, and I'm okay with it. Recollection. I think with the 34-month resub. There's bulk selling and challenges and 5 ways and there's still like a few other things. Morning, Lupus. I have 2 weeks off after Easter. Need a money-making strat. Wait for patch notes. Boss killing 2. Yep, boss killing 2. There's still plenty of uses for TFT. There's still plenty of TFT stuff. But everything in my opinion, everything we take away and make like just we don't need it. Every one of those is a step in the right direction. Like they're never gonna destroy it overnight or make it useless overnight. But like we're doing the right things. I'm happy about it. Let's head in that direction. There's not much stuff left that I can really think we get taken away. Bulk buying multiple things. We can get rid of bulk trade. No, we straight up lose. Just watch the video now. We straight up lose the Hillock quality bench. The gear it looks like? Yes. Yes, that is what it looks like. And that is a pretty big negative. I would agree.
The cockroaches will come again. They want the twist. That cockroach emperor. A dash of arcana.
I hope Penance Brand doesn't get hit so hard. Do you not think Penance Brand deserves a bit of a nerf? Or is this more like, it does deserve it, but I hope it makes it through because I want to play it anyway? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. Have you played it, Castmaster, after the bug fix? Because it essentially gained about 60% more damage when they fixed the bug.
Give up the fight, duelist. Your soul was lost long
And I
ago.
think maybe it didn't need that. I think maybe it didn't need that at all.
My spirit is spent.
Okay, well, I'm gonna die because I ran out of flask charges here. Yep. Just went below the village ZDPS as a single target. Well, my weapon's level 24. I'm level 28. It's not too bad.
My place is at God's side. Where will your journey end, exile?
Dying in battle. The only honorable thing you've ever done, Gravisius.
Honestly, it doesn't seem like it's that bad on single target. Gravicious is just a dick, apparently. Like, that flesh dude just died real quick. Right? That was a unique. Gravicious is just a dick. Take up most of the challenges this league. Yeah, but Penance Brand could take nearly a 50% damage drop. Like they could lower it 40%. They could lower Penance Brand's base damage by 40%, and it would be just as strong this league as it was at league start this time. Like it'd be just as strong next league as it was at league start this time. Because that's how much extra damage the bug fix gave it. So if we look and Penance Brand's damage numbers are 40% lower, we're good. We're good. That's fucking great. That's what it was at the beginning of this league before the bug fix. So it can handle quite the nerf. And yet it's still absolutely hard to play and squishy as fuck. I don't know what the fuck you were doing with it, but that is not true. It'll be cool to see a shift of all the tornado shot guys just to something new.
Sick witch is in.
Sometimes I read things and I feel like you've lived in a different reality to me. What are you talking about? Who was playing tornado shot this league? Fucking almost nobody. Like almost nobody. Fucking everybody was just chieftain. Tornado shot was a lot of MF builds this league, to be fair. No, it wasn't. Was it? Builds. Hang on. Was it? Only 16% of people playing Deadeyes this league. How about a previous league? $17? How about before that? How about before that? %70 playing tornado shot of 16% of people. So what is that, like 11 to 12%, something like that, of people playing tornado shot? 17% last league, 61%, well, and divergent tornado shot, so 90% or something. So there were less people playing tornado shot this league than before, but even then 16% of people play on Ninja playing tornado shot are playing Deadeyes, and only 70% of that 16% playing tornado shot. Like that's a pretty low amount of people. So last league, it was 17% of people playing tornado shot. And this league, it was 12% of people playing Tornado Shot. Huge drop. Huge drop. This is the league that Tornado Shot has been the least prevalent of any league in recent history, I think. Yeah, so MF was so prevalent that like 8 times as many people as normal were playing MF builds. And Tornado Shot was still lost 5% of the player base. It still went from 17 to 12. With like 8 times as many people playing MF builds. That's a huge drop, man. That's a huge drop.
Crazy?
I was crazy once.
They locked me in
A room.
A rubber
room.
A rubber room
with rats. And the rats made me crazy. Personally, I can't wait to league start Tornado Shot again.
I think it's time to shed the dream of home. It's a little tight around the collar.
The thing is, Tornado Shot couldn't even do the MF stuff this league. Not without like multiple mirrors worth of investment. For like a 20th of the price, you could do the same things on a chieftain. That's why it wasn't played that much.
So you've chosen to end our affair, duelist. I shall cherish your memory.
I have never felt like more of a pussy than the day I got my tattoo done. Never in my life have I felt like more of a pussy than in that room.
To kill you is to destroy a piece of art. To kill you is to destroy a piece of art. Damn you!
Sorry, beautiful, but someone had to put a stop to all this ugliness.
Speaking of, you got any more tats done? I haven't, but I really want to. I really, really, really want to. Like a lot. This thing still consumes steel shards.
Piety, the mistress of
Oh, it still has the call of steel on it. Fuck right off.
Talakota.
Piety's off to meet the maker, is she? I'd love to be a fly on the wall of that little.
Don't do anything I would.
Watch yourself.
I want the first one.
Tread carefully.
I want the first square that gets filled out to be meaningful, and the rest of them can be fucking anything. But I want the first one that gets filled out to be meaningful in some way. And I couldn't get the guy from GGG who does tattoos. I want to, but I couldn't. I want to get something. I want to get something either here or here, like on the area above your pecs. I want to fill out these squares, and I want to get something down here like elbow and lower on this arm. I don't know what any of them are going to be yet, although I have a few ideas, but I don't really know what any of them are going to be yet. But by the time I'm 40, I'm going to be covered in tattoos. No tattoos until I'm 36 years old, and by the time I'm 40, I'm going to have like so many tattoos. Don't know how that happened, but it did. Just be like every other white man and get a tiger or a dragon. Yeah. That really screams me. Conforming to the norms that like that sounds like me. I will not be getting a tribal tattoo, thank you. No. I'm more likely to get Alistar from Has Been Hotel tattooed onto my arm than I am to get a fucking tribal tattoo. Still need to watch that. It's so good. Alistar's my favorite.
Climb the tower, kill the Mad King. Just like the stories my mum used to read to me.
I love you like a love song, baby. I love you like a love song, baby. Get a tattoo of a Baylor, that would be cool. I had briefly considered getting my own logo tattooed onto me, and then I decided that that was just the dickest move I could ever do. I was just like, nah, you can't do that. I did consider it for a little bit though. I was like, what if I got my own logo tattooed on me? And I was like, don't fucking do that. Do not do that at all. No. We don't use that word. Calamity. Greetings from Poland. Why, hello. What if it's someone else's? Would you get a logo tattooed? I mean, not just for the sake of it. Maybe if I like fucking lost a bet with some other content creator or whatever, and part of losing it was like, lol, you're gonna have to get my logo tattooed on you, then sure. As far as builds, this is going to be a Molten Strike build. I'm now looking out for claws so that I can change into Molten Strike. I guess it doesn't really have to be claws, does it? Claws or like one-handed swords, I guess. You really want claws though, right? If you were gonna have song lyrics tattooed on you, what song would it be and where would you put it? I would never do that. I am not putting song lyrics on me.
Because tonight will be the night that I will fall for you.
Definitely not that.
Don't make me change my mind.
Definitely not that. Not even Shake It Off. Shake It Off isn't even T-Swizzle's best song.
Oh hi, thanks for
Still a
checking in.
two-link?
I'm
No,
still a
it's
piece
a
of
three-link.
garbage.
Starting to feel real shit, and I'm not entirely sure why. Just gonna find a decent claw and change into like the one-handed skills, I think. I've been looking at claws and shields now, I think for most of the second half of this act. Looking for a weapon change. This weapon's not the worst, but it's also not the best.
Welcome to the greatest of arenas, duelist.
Absolutely fucked up my balls. I twisted my testicles. I ended up in hospital. I had to get an operation on my balls. I'm glad the camera's frozen because I'm rubbing my nipples right now. I really kind of want to remove all of those. I don't like them. Can we get the full story of the balls, please? See, that I don't mind. I don't mind telling the story. It is horribly embarrassing though. Was it testicular torsion? It was. I had twisted balls. However, the more important part is exactly how something like that happened to me. So I was about, I think I was 14 or 15, something like that.
The light of divinity.
And my sister's like a year younger than me, and at the time really into ballet. She also meant she had a lot of ballet friends that were even several years older than her. And I, wanting to impress a bunch of hot girls my age, decided that after seeing them do some, like, they were doing stuff like splits and whatnot, and I was around, and I was like, yeah, I can do the splits for sure. I can definitely do the splits. And they were like, all right, I want to see you, let's see you do the splits. And so in my hallway, with absolutely no warm-up, absolutely no preparation at all, and absolutely no idea if I could even do the splits, because that's not something that was in my repertoire to begin with, just immediately full on did the actual splits in my lounge room all the way to the floor with absolutely no prep whatsoever. Did I do it successfully? Yes. Could I get back up again? Absolutely not. I had pulled several muscles in my groin and twisted my testicles. And I ended up in hospital. I ended up having to get my ball sack cut open. They had to go in and fix it. There's now a scar down the middle of my balls from that operation still. Yeah. Let that be a lesson. Don't try and impress people. But did you impress them? I mean, like later on that year, after a little bit of healing, I did hook up with both of the girls I was trying to impress. Not at once, but like still. I would be tempted to say though that doing the splits so immediately and so thoroughly that I ended up in hospital and had to get my testicles operated on probably didn't contribute positively. I think I managed to hook up with them later that year regardless of making a complete dick of myself and having to go to hospital rather than because of. I think.
A just death to address an unjust exile. I think we're even now, High Templar. A stroll along a picturesque
That was not the only time I ended up in the hospital because I was trying to impress a girl. You're an adult, reach out and ask if it was all out of sympathy. I don't even remember either of their names. How would I possibly reach out? That was fucking 16, 17 years ago, 20 years ago? 21 years ago? And I can't remember what I ate for breakfast yesterday. How am I supposed to remember two random girls' names from when I was 14 or 15-ish, whenever it was? mean, technically it's slightly better. Like, I don't know what the nice way to say it is, but like, those two were not. No, just don't say it. If you can't figure out a nice way to say it, just don't say it. I was looking for like a nice way to say they weren't very important. Like, I don't remember their names because they weren't important. But that makes it sound like they're not important people. And that's not right. That's not what I mean.
We pride.
I mean, they weren't like, they didn't take my V card. There was nothing special about the interactions. There was nothing like unique about it. I didn't try anything new for the first time. So there's like no reason for it to have like a permanent memory spot.
What is it, exile? I'm watching you.
Forgettable? Did you just forget that word? I mean...
Now this is grim.
I mean, I guess. I can't think of a way to say it that doesn't make me sound like a dick, which probably means I was a dick. I probably was a dick at 14 and 15. No, I definitely was a dick at 14 and 15. It's not that they were unremarkable, it's that it was an unremarkable encounter, right? From like 20 something years ago. So like,
You trespass.
but this had me cracking up. Nice veiled chaos orb fucking price. Nice. Yeah, okay, I need a new weapon. I definitely need a new weapon. Not that unremarkable, you've got the scar. Okay, but that's the thing I do remember, because that was just me showing off, and like I did get to hook up with them later, but it was like later on that year, like 6-8 months down the track or whatever. Certainly not anywhere close to that event, and I mean, I can't confirm it, but I want to just assume that it's not related to me making a complete dick of myself and ending up in hospital. I don't think that that event, that version of me trying to show off, I don't think that that show off worked. I don't think that's related. I can't imagine either of them were very impressed with the turn of events that happened there. No. Like, that's not an impressive thing to do. Send yourself to hospital. It didn't work. That's not even my favorite time that I've injured myself trying to impress a girl. That's just like one of the times.
Until next time.
What is it, exile?
My favorite time that I injured myself trying to impress a girl was, and I forget what led up to this, but I was walking a girl home that I really liked. Actually, I ended up dating this girl later, but again, not because of this. For some reason, a ute drove past with a tree on the back while I was walking her home. I had a bike, she walked home. So I would usually walk home with her and walk my bike and then ride back to my house from her place. And so for some reason, I don't know how this came up. I don't know if we were talking about it or if it was just a stupid idea in my head. But for some reason, I thought it would be impressive and I thought she would be impressed if I got on my bike and chased the ute with the tree on the back and caught up to it because like, look how strong I am and how good I am at this. I don't know why that was a thing. It sounds stupid saying it, all right? But I was young and stupid and I don't know why that would be impressive, but I thought it would be impressive. So I fucking booked it. I took off on my BMX, which to be fair, to be clear, very good at bike riding. I have trophies, I have badges, I have things from like winning BMX tournaments, like all through my teens and early 20s. I'm quite good on a BMX. However, what I did was I took off as quick as I possibly can. Now these bikes don't have gears, so you abandoned the girl to chase a tree. yeah thinking it was an impressive thing to do. So I am like just reefing this bike as hard as I can, right? Like you reef it this way while you push down with that foot, and then you reef it that way and push down with your other foot, right? To get as much speed as I possibly could. I was gaining on this car. So we're in some streets, this car's probably doing 60. And within 30 seconds, I was gaining on it. So I like took off. But because of the very violent, like, ripping the bike from side to side to get extra speed to get as much as I could possibly do, what I accidentally did was I ripped the bike out from under myself and flung it to the side while I'm moving 55, 60 kilometers an hour in the air now with no bike under me. And whatever happened, I fucking flipped, landed on my head in the road and fucking knocked myself out cold. I just fucking gone. I just fucking whoop, bye bike, boom, dunk.
Excuse me, mommy. Sorry.
So that
mommy?
happened.
Sorry, mommy. Sorry, mommy. Sorry, mommy.
And that's my favorite. That's my favorite trying to impress a girl doing stupid things story. She ended up having to call an ambulance and like running to catch up to me. She was very worried. I woke up before the ambulance got there. I remember her freaking out. There's like a little bit of blood coming from the back of my head. Nothing important. I was trying. I needed to get up and find my bike. Like that's what the only thing that I could think in my head was my bike. Where's my bike? Is my bike okay? Where's my bike? And meanwhile, I'm like bleeding from the head. This other 15-year-old, because I was 15 at the time, this other 15-year-old here is like freaking out, thinking I probably just died. And now I've got a head injury and blood ripping out, like coming out of my head. And I was unconscious for several minutes. And she's freaking out. And all I'm worried about is the bike. Like, I'm just like, oh my God, my bike. By the way, bike was fine. Bike was absolutely fine. It had lost its, whatever you call it, like the steering was off. I had to, if you wanted to ride it, you'd have to hold it like this, but it was just a simple thing. I just like, you know, you just untighten the thing and straighten it up while you're holding the wheel and tighten it back up. So it was fine. Bike was fine, but all I could think about was, is my bike okay? Where's my bike? Is my bike okay? That was all I could think of. Is where's my bike? Where's my bike? Where's my bike?
May fear guide you.
About a year later, I ended up dating that girl. And her best friend, who I lost my virginity to.
Look at that.
Might have been 14. I'm a bit iffy on the age. And her best friend? Yes. I know, I remember their names.
Shaking entrance.
Cost me $50 too. Wait, hang on. I'm sorry. That makes it sound like they were hookers. No. Wait, hang on. That needs more as well. Whoa. No. I was over at their house for the weekend, and also her little brother was there, and he was like 12 or something, and he wouldn't leave us alone. He wouldn't go away, and I ended up giving him all the money in my wallet so that he would go and do something out of the house to leave me alone with the two girls. So I ended up giving, all I had was a $50 note, so I gave him $50 so we could go buy shit and go around to a friend's house. Context, Baylor. Lead with the context. I don't know if that counts as losing my virginity or not. It was the first time I slept with girls. Oh, that's a bad way to phrase that. That's even worse than what I did.
You die rather well.
Good find, Exile.
People are often very surprised that the first time I slept with a girl, there were two girls present. That quite often surprises people. It's kind of jumping in the deep end, to be honest. Like, it's a little... like, that's a lot.
Actually,
To be fair, it was a surprise to me
I'm really
too.
not sure I like the sound of that.
Like, I wasn't expecting it. I'd done like some fooling around with one of them, and then I guess she told her friend about her experiences, and I guess that was a positive conversation, would be my assumption.
Always happy to help a damsel in distress. Buried under tons of rock? Not a good way to end this tale of mine.
This is a surprising amount of time where I've injured myself doing something dumb in front of a girl, and then later on that's worked out for me. Kind of too many times for that to be a coincidence. Why? That should hinder, not help. I mean, how many times did you try to impress a girl and succeed without injury? I mean, a lot more times than I failed. A lot more times than I failed, but there were a lot of failed attempts too. I don't even have a single story about trying to impress a dude ever either.
Yet unbroken.
I hooked up with dudes first. It just happened. I didn't put effort into it.
Dash. Go where you are needed. What do you want? You will be remembered.
Yes?
Exactly hard to pick up guys. Yeah. Yeah.
Be careful.
Yes.
Why are there no claws for sale? There's a claw, but it's no good to me.
You will be remembered.
I'm holding my essences trying to find a claw. So you have to take it. Oh, I won't be surprised if I have to take int nodes. I just don't want to take one of those like 1.2 attack speed claws if I'm going to craft on it. Finally back to PoE. Yeah, it's time to prepare. There's in like 3 months, I'm ready to be a Deadeye again. You see the Pathfinder nerf? Wow. Change.
I have heart. I have character. I have the power to kick children.
The weary traveler.
Living a Pathfinder player, it was flasks. Looks like they've changed all the elemental flasks. Instead of 20% less damage taken, they're going back to 5 max res.
One defiles the Emperor.
Like they used to have.
Nobility is a lie. By the goddess, what ambition! Empires are forged in stone and fire.
Let's look at the 100% damage taken. The degenerate interaction. This is my favorite interaction. Play melee. How did we get this? Not that one. Minion players got double mirth, no more onslaught charm, and no more 100% increased attack speed and added damage. Yeah, also no more minions that are worth using. Because the only reason you could play anything that wasn't SRS is because of the corpses that actually had good minions. They're all gone now. I did see the duped mirror.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. To enter the emperor beckons to dance, and the world attends. Are you a martyr? Such resilience. This empire remains.
Maybe the crossing in there is fun and cool. What are your honest feelings about what the league is going to be? Do I ever give dishonest feelings? I think the league is going to be hard carried by the extra transcendence gems we get, because nothing is going to be as good as the league we just came from. So I think the most exciting part of next league is going to be all of the new transcendence gems and the new shit we can do with them, rather than the actual league. 3.5 hours, level 33 on cast. I don't know why you think timing it would be relevant. We've taken tons of breaks. We watched little YouTube clips. We stopped and had a chat about like different things. I stopped to tell stories. Like, we're not going at speed here at all. We're not even remotely trying to go at speed here. We stopped and looked at path of buildings, like all sorts of things. This is also like my first time playing melee in fucking, I don't know, years it feels like. So I'm like figuring out like weapon types I can use and shit like that as well. Transfigured gems. Sorry, transfigured gems. There'll be more transfigured gems. And those are what I'm excited for the most. Like, I can't imagine any league that they do being as good as this one we just did. This was the best league we've had in years. Like, I don't know how they're going to give me anything that I enjoy that much. So the main focus for me is probably going to be on all of the new skills we've got.
An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor must keep those promises. You must navigate your empire through troubled waters.
New skills or new transfigured? New transfigures, which are basically new skills when done right.
Failure is an illusion. Your destination is more dangerous than the journey, Ascendant. Before your emperor, you are worthy. Before the goddess of justice,
you are worthy. Surely you just take Fortify first, right?
And rise, Ascendant, for this is the ending that we all deserve.
Yeah, and you just throw Fortify into Lynx, which needs to be fucking claw already. And I'm not using a claw. I need to change out of this steel skill and into something that can use Fortify. I should have kept a gem of some kind. Wish I kept a red gem. You're just for a buff anyway. I want any of them. All right, fuck it. You're the claw unless there's one on a vendor. Unless there's one on a vendor, you're the claw.
You looking sharp?
That's better. That's much better. I'll take that. You're the claw.
Good luck to you.
Ugh. Try again. You don't have very many options here, but try again anyway. Oh, one more go. I mean, that's also really bad. How about you? I think that's also pretty bad. 72, 115. You'll have to do. Melee who hurt you, right?
See you.
We need to pick any shield up as well.
Still breathing, eh?
Any shield. You'll do.
Good luck to ya.
That'll do. Let's check for a full link real quick.
What do you need now?
Can't use that. Molten Strax red. Could have at least one red.
Go where you are needed.
Oh well.
Hello. Be well.
I actually want a third. There we go. And then we need Welling Blades, right?
Mm-hmm.
Instead of Leap Slam? Don't have two greens. That's unfortunate. Can I get two greens on this? Wow, sort of.
Be well.
The spirit hunts with.
I'm sorry, can I not pick up faster attacks?
If you can.
That's not, that didn't move to Act 1, did it?
Hello.
Oh, it did.
While we live, we are blessed.
I want Fortify in my links, but it'll be my fourth link. So my Ascendancy basically does nothing until I get Fortify. And then I'll swap one out for Multi-Strike as well.
In this so glorious of arenas, I care nothing for your past, only your future. And for that, you will have to fight.
The claw looks bad. Yeah, I had 4 essences saved up for a claw. Didn't find a single good claw, so I bought a claw from a vendor and spent all my essences trying to make a good one, and this is the best one I got. Still better than the steel skill I was using, even with this claw. Like, that's still better. Where's Sniper's Mark? There it is. Yeah. Oh, wait. There's a Celestial MTX for it. I mean, I'm not spending my MTX points on it right now. It's like Molten Strikes do art. It was in like 7 years ago, but whatever. I don't mind it. Okay, I'll tell you one thing. Even though this is a very bad weapon, just immediately the ability to Whirling Blades, fantastic. Whirling Blades is great. Even right now, Whirling Blades is great. Pathfinder nerf is that special? It's not technically speaking a Pathfinder nerf, although it is though. It's a flask nerf. Well, rebalancing. It's actually a buff to some people and a nerf to others depending on how you do it. Basically, the elemental flasks, instead of 20% less damage taken, are +5 max res.
People of the gutters, steel your bellies, for the slaughter is at hand.
If my suspicions are right, I think I can actually make an even tankier character.
Let us see how you fare in the grand arena of Theopolis.
Does anyone have a link to that spreadsheet we had earlier? That one that showed all the damage changes, like incoming damage changes? We also went from 50 res to 40, but that's not important. Yeah, it's not important at all.
Welcome to the grand arena.
Like, you're right, but that part doesn't matter.
It is here that I first laid eyes upon my true purpose, my Lady Merveille. It is our inspiration.
Hey, here it is.
What do you fight for, gladiator?
So this is basically how it is. So it depends on who you were and how you built. For me, when I built Pathfinders, I was anywhere between 100 and 140% increased flask effect. And I was usually at 88 to 90 max res, which means my builds were in this corner, where we're taking anywhere from 39 to 50 to 58% more damage. So it's a huge nerf for the way I built Pathfinders. But there's a very wide graph here, and it's actually a buff to a lot of people. Like, if you were someone who had on average only like 40% increased flask effect, right? And you only got, you know, 5 or 6 max res from the tree before. You were only at, you know, 81 or 82 or something like that total. Then you're actually going to take 18% less damage than you did before. Right? So like, it's a rebalancing. It stops certain abuse cases, but also enables other abuse cases. So it's not quite right to call it a nerf, because there are plenty of situations in which you will be better off. Plenty of situations where you will be better off. Just the exact way that I'm used to building my Pathfinders, heavily nerfed, absolutely obliterated. I'm going to take 80% more damage than I did before. But obviously changes like that happen. You don't just keep building the exact same character the exact same way. And if you do, you're an idiot, because that way just got heavily nerfed. So we have to adjust. It doesn't mean Pathfinders are dead, right? It doesn't mean flasks are now worthless. In fact, they're stronger in many cases, but not in the super endgame cases. But it unlocks other options. So instead of using, for example, instead of using 3 elemental flasks and getting your max res to 90 and then using a Taste of Hate, a Sapphire flask, and a Ruby flask, and then converting 100% of damage taken to physical, to elemental rather. Instead, you could still convert. You could add Transcendence and Melding on top of it, which are both -4 max res things. You can overcome that max res with a Purity and a flask that now does max res. Using Melding, you can still get to 90 max res, and now you have an open chest slot as well, which means you can put Explode in, or Impulsor, or a Brass Dome, or just a rare with RMR on it, or like a bunch of different options now. But it'll just be very differently built. That's all. Like, it's not like those things can't be done anymore. They just can't be done the exact same way. That's all. Sorry, Transcendence is -15. You're right. You're right.
You murder love.
Which means including Purity and max res stacking with Melding at -4 and Transcendence at -15, it'll probably be a struggle to get over about 85, so you probably don't even get to 90 max res anymore. But then you have the Transcendence stuff on top of it, and also a chest, and also way more armor than you had before, and 2 flasks slot back, so you get to run a Granite and a Basalt to up that armor from it. And I feel like you'll be able to get like pretty similar tanky numbers, right? Like, I don't think it's destroyed or anything.
Your glory will be remembered in song forever, Dureso. I promise you that.
And +2 a small and a Meglo. Yeah, and those builds didn't run a Purity before, so you can run a 25 Purity on top of it. And then, like, there are ways, right?
What is it, Exile?
Yeah, and you could forget about trying to go, you could also forget about trying to go Transcendence. You could also do Eternal Damnation stuff as well. Like, there are definitely other options. It's just changed. It's just changed is all. Like, we've got to make some adjustments now, which we haven't had to do for a while, but it's fine. In the back page, mid-January, went from 5 to... Nice. That'll relieve a bit of stress. That will definitely relieve a little bit of stress. Hang on a moment. Nice lag.
I once heard Akadui mention their Island of the Dead. Perhaps this is it.
Maps are gonna be, yeah, maps are gonna be so easy this league, like so easy. Even if you were only doing like 4 to 6k maps, like some of us were doing like 9k maps and shit, right? But like, even if you're only doing 5 to 6, going from that to literally there aren't any wisps anymore, maps are gonna be so easy. And if you were one of those people that were like fishing for like 11k maps, which some people did, you're gonna laugh. You're gonna laugh at every map for a while. Ran only 9,500 plus for the last month. Yeah. Yeah. I would not mind it if they increased the base difficulty of maps to those equal to about 2k juice. And also buff the loot equal to about that much as well. That was a pretty reasonable amount. If you could only get like 2k, it was a pretty reasonable amount actually. It wasn't gross at all. But I do feel like base maps are a little bit too fucking easy and also not rewarding enough. So I would like a little bit of that to go rolled in, but obviously the loot we were getting at 6k and 9k and 12k and whatnot, that was ridiculous. Obviously it's ridiculous. As much as I enjoyed it, and I think even the people who did really enjoy it would mostly agree that that was actually too much. Like it was great for a league, but that was definitely too much. Like you don't want it to be there forever. Like that's not. I'm literally vendoring the rest. I tell you what, the one thing I did not miss at all playing Last Epoch, I did not miss at all having to prep all of my content. Fuck me, I'm not looking forward to prepping my content again. Like Last Epoch, I just got to run maps. Didn't have to spend fucking 40 minutes a session trying to fucking collect and set up all of my content to run. And I'm not incredibly pleased at the concept of having to go back to that again. That's the one thing I'm worried about the most, is that after having played Last Epoch and realizing how much better it is to just run content without having to set it up, I'm real worried that I'm gonna hate the idea of setting it up again.
Spirit walks amongst us.
Well, this is much better than the Shattered Steel was. I tell you what, I probably still don't, even if I practice this, I probably still don't league start melee. But they were talking about the idea that totems, these melee totems, just shouldn't give melee buffs at all, and that they should like appropriately buff all the melee skills so that they do similar damage but without needing the thing. And if they do that, I might change my mind. If I don't need to worry about... Oh, nice. If I don't need to worry about the fucking totems, then I might actually play melee.
Fury and desire. No love.
It is the gate. Our hopes are with you.
I mean, isn't the best one just that blade trap thing?
I'm inside it. The beast itself.
We're working on Molten Strack Champion. The early stage still needs some work from me. It's not like super smooth to level early. Nothing goes in the chest because they wanted that thing, the ascendancy thing for double defense, which is gone now. and the blade trap and the steel. If I wanted to do a Valdos farmer, I would have done the K-Bolt one. I don't know if I'd care if it was like the best. It looked like the most fun to play. As long as it was still good enough to do the maps, like comfortably, then that would have been the one I picked, just because of pure like fun value. Didn't answer, but Molten Strike champ. I have to ask again in 2 minutes. Right. I thought I did say Molten Strike champ. Didn't I? We get multi-strike in 1 level and that'll up our damage by a lot. I'm actually still running on a 3-link. I probably should have gotten a 4th link to use until I got multi-strike, to be honest. I have a 4-link with just an empty socket right now. Technically, still 4th link you'll be dropping Ancestral Call, right? Will I? I don't have a strike nearby yet. I mean, I'm on my way up there next.
My beautiful champion.
I've got it looking like this so far.
Rely on you.
And next I was going to head up here. It's this one, right? Wait, is it not this one? Wait. Oh yeah, non-stop. Yeah. So I'm headed there next. Except I probably have to take an int node. Like this claw's got like 40 more DPS on it than my current claw, and I've got room for a prefix craft. But it needs 77 int, and I have 57 int. So...
This thing gets more twisted with every step I take.
A body to kill for.
Does Molten Strike with bosses? Right now at this level, a little dicey, but my claw is absolutely terrible. My weapon is like the worst. Realistically, I changed a little early. What you really want before you change to Molten Strike, unless you get like a god tier weapon, what you really want is to have a 4-link, have multi-strike in already. So give me a minute to like get that extra level and put multi-strike in and put on a semi-decently okay claw, and then we'll see. Oh, endgame's fine. I'd even go as far as to say endgame's great. At least for like bossing. It's like high B tier mapping. It's not as good as it could be, but like
Take comfort,
really, really, really good single target. Really good.
An artist's work is always worth more when he's dead.
If they make a good trans winter orb gem, I'll make a TikTok of me dancing on a table in a furry costume. Denny, how you doing?
You will make such lovely material.
I'm not listening. What? Diggs just said if they make a good trans winter orb, I will make a TikTok of me dancing on a table in a furry costume. Oh, wait. Hang on. Let me out for a second. Have you tried Return Proj? Yes, it's very good, but I think it makes it as a 5th link, not a 4th link. There we go. A 4th link and a real weapon.
Such lovely material.
That's a little better.
Beauty shall prevail.
Flattery will get you nowhere with me, milady. I do love the stink of victory.
Okay, this isn't great. This is not great. I want to know how bad like a love song, baby.
I didn't catch a word of what you said, Doedri. That's probably a good thing.
Oh, I didn't use my banner. I should have used my banner. That adrenaline is actually huge.
You.
What you really want is fortify in your links. I think you have to do library or send someone to do library because this isn't doing anything. But 20% attack speed, 500 armor and evasion, and cannot be stunned. So you like this build, you're going to do a guide on it. You're poisonous the rest of it. That's when it's slapped. Yes. So Shads has league started this, I think, twice. And we had input. We were working. I was working on it with him. It's mostly his stuff, but like we were looking at it beforehand, and it did look like a good build, but it didn't look like something I wanted to play on paper because I don't really play melee. And then he played it twice, And it actually looked really, really good and performed really, really well. So now I'm taking Shad's pill and we're doing a bit of practice ourselves. I still think the questionable part to me is like how to get to part 2 even. Like by the time you're in part 2, you're fucking screaming along. It's great. But like the early stuff is a bit dodgy still. So we got to try and work out like the best way to get people to part 2, which is probably not what I've done so far, but this is like my first trial of it.
Now, exile.
Sorry, me stun every 2 seconds until you become stun immune. Yeah, I really like it. I really like being stun immune. You don't really realize how often you get stunned until you're suddenly stun immune when you're not used to being stun immune, and then you're like, is there a path of building yet? Shaz has got one, but it's not like worked out with all my pretty stuff, and like it's got a few leveling trees in it and stuff though. Like it's usable for sure. It's usable in the sharing it with friends and other people that are interested way, not in the full guide way, I think is the best way to describe that. No, it's not that Ancestral Call doesn't work like that. It's that Molten Strike doesn't hit the ground anymore. Like if you attack in the air, nothing happens. So you can still attack from here and just have your Ancestral Call hit the mob. You don't have to like actually melee it. Your extra strike will still hit. So you don't actually have to be in melee range, but you don't get the double.
Accept the gift of immortality.
Can we make a Transcender? I think so.
Nightmare is the true eternal. Why are you so in love with death?
The best thing to work out would hopefully be what projectile skills to use to level, because we've got a path that's actually good for the build that leads through all these proj nodes.
It's a strange feeling.
That being said, it's not like you couldn't take like, you know, these two and then par the round and keep going and fix it later. You could, but if we can use one of the projectile skills and have it go well early, that'd be great. So the steel skills were really good in Act 1, like surprisingly good. I'm actually quite happy with the idea of using steel skills early now. They were really good, but it definitely didn't hold up to here.
The beast. I'm watching you.
And I think like around now-ish is the like safe time to accept a change to Molten Strike, right? If I had a Fortify gem on me, we'd be smooth now.
No, I act with care.
So anywhere between now and the start of part 2 is when Molten Strike is fine. So what to play until then is the question. I think Venom Gaia will be the same rough issues. Can you get Fortify from your hideout to test it? I don't think so. This is solo self-found. The steals worked really well to even in Act 2, the steal skills were okay. But by the time I got to Act 3, they weren't really anymore. So I'd like to be doing something else. Didn't your other character get to part 2 though? I don't think so. Let me go check. The other character was ED Contagion. I don't think I played it long enough. No, there's nothing here. Just a tiny Zana. I think Frostblades. I didn't do Frostblades. I tried Steel skills. But I think Frostblades is just fine.
There's... Good luck.
Frostblades works. It still benefits from the proj nodes. It's still a strike skill, so I can still use it. It's probably just Frostblades. I'm getting the strike mastery. That is where I'm headed now. That is the next thing to go. It's up here. I mean, I guess I could have not taken these 5 nodes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That'd have me real close, but that is where I'm headed now. And then we drop Ancestral Call. And going in the place of Ancestral Call will just be Fortify, because it's a pretty good damage support anyway. Plus the Champion Ascendancy is all that while fortified shit. Can Frostblades give you Fortify? It doesn't matter. By the time you get there, you'll be ready to change to Molten Strike. We only need something to deal with early.
This is not exactly how I pictured my triumphant return to Arieth.
Is this point blank and precise technique? Yo, point blank. It fucking probably should be. It is precise technique right now, but it'll be a crypt build later. Forgot about point blank though. I think we have to grab point blank right now, right? Like, I want to head to the +1 strike mastery, but I'm pretty sure I have to take point blank the moment I go Molten Strike. You should have point blank. Think in the next entry, it might be an oversight. Yeah, the moment you change to Molten Strike, you're going to want point blank. Look at that. The moment you've got Molten Strike on, you want to be point blank for sure. That is noticeably more damage. That would have made that last boss fight I just did significantly better. But these balls just don't go far enough away to even pretty much ever lose the damage from point blank either. Like, they drop like real close all the time. Yeah, see, that's better.
Ah, it feels good to have an audience again.
Yeah, after I finish like an actual run, I'll do one like in Trade League where I can do all the other testing at various points and just like swap out gems and shit like that and figure out what's actually good. Why do I have an ancestral call there? I'm also not using precision anymore. Yoink.
And sometimes Tootles.
Yes. There'll be time for that soon enough.
Oh, I don't have like a... Where are you going, bud? What the fuck was that? I should have kept like dash or flame dash or something. I can't, Whirling Blades doesn't go up gaps. All right, quick question. Why? Is there any good reason why some skills like Whirling Blades, for instance, shouldn't just be allowed to go up those little gaps and whatnot? Like, why are some movement skills just not allowed to cross that gap? And I'm not talking about like an aesthetic or like, but you're Whirling Blades, how would you cross it? I mean, just like from balance. Is there any reason why I can't just Whirling Blades up a gap? I can't think of one.
Daring dark and dingy spaces for science.
Okay, point blank made a huge difference. That's actually a huge to not have point blank immediately.
Not my proudest trophy. I see the ugliness of Oriath has finally reached the surface.
Sniper's mark, yeah. I've been using Sniper's mark on things. It's on my E button. I don't have mark on hit. Is all. Considering I'm basically unascended right now because I don't have fortify. This is going alright though.
I should think of something flashy to say to the judges that exile before I kill them.
What level's Cathartic Fissure? Oh wait, that's the Warlock thing. What level's the other thing that's like a slam skill that has Molten Ball strikes at the end? Whatever that one's called. Volcanic Fissure, that's the one. But Spectral Throw, is that a thing? Actually, maybe. It was buffed. I have no intention of using Sunder or Bone Shatter. It's not a Bone Zone build.
Time to take my
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nice. Nice.
I believe in traveling light.
Okay, sure.
Thank you. For free greetings. That's not bad. That's comparable to most like spell builds. Not quite bow build speed, but it looks reasonable. Imagine if you had a real claw. I don't think this claw's too bad. It's 164 DPS at this point. Getting rid of Ancestral Call when I get the extra strike, that'll be huge. Which is what we're headed to next. Because that gives me the strike and then it just straight up gives me another damage support. Actually, Ancestral Call is a less multi. So the less will go away. I get the strike anyway, as well as an extra projectile, as well as a support gem. So that'll be where it like starts to feel real good. In fact, so much so that I feel like maybe I should have taken this wheel later, and I probably should have headed to the strike thing earlier. Because I'd have the extra strike right now. Right? I'd literally have the extra strike right now. And that would be the extra strike, the extra projectile, and an extra support gem. So I think probably should have gone that way. But we'll see when I get to the strike how that feels. But I think it'll be better. I think it'll be far better. 1, 2, 3, because I still need 4 points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've spent 5 there. So like I would already have the strike right now. And if I was like an efficient player, I would swap Ancestral Call for a real support gem whenever I did bosses like this. But also, get fucked. No, thank you.
Emperor!
It's just a call the ad phase anyway. I mean, I feel like I want it on single target anyway. Because like I have to be here if I don't have it. Whereas if I do have it, I can be like anywhere out here and it'll attack anyway, right? Like you can just be over here attacking. Like you're still gonna be ballpark, but you don't have to be like up his ass. Everything that kills me makes me feel alive. Uh-oh.
I am the storm. I am the end.
It's definitely not bow levels, but it's certainly not as bad as I've touted melee to be in the past. Oh, bud. Okay, well, don't know what I was supposed to do about that, to be honest.
Innocence.
Also a 3 link? It is definitely a 4 link.
What in damnation?
There are definitely 4 gems in there. Even with the Ancestral Call being one of them, it's still a damage up to have an extra strike.
You deserve
Because you don't have to be like up its ass at the time to do damage.
Flesh, sucked every Oriathan bone dry of marrow.
Suck what?
Turn his
Sorry?
endless hunger to Nama Kanui and the whole Karui archipelago. As you know, the Karui will fight, and they'll fight hard, but they're going to need all the help they can get.
I simply... Tootles.
Lani's innocence forgives you.
1, 2, 3. 3 more. Three more and we get the strike and presumably fortify. Well, we might have to throw something else in there for like a level or two. Till we get to the next act where we can actually just buy fortify, because I'm not running library now. Fortify is going to be great because it comes with that 20% attack speed, 500 armor, 500 evasion. At this level, 500 armor is like a pretty good amount. I don't have a blue sock. I do have a blue socket. Old. Oh, I can't pick up Flame Dash. But I can pick up Dash. I have a green socket. You'll do.
Goodbye.
Oops. There we go. There we go. All right, note to self, do not drop dash when you pick up Leap Slam or Whirling Blades or whatever.
I wanted to raise the place, but this is just excessive.
Good find, Exile.
Whatever happened to a good old-fashioned graveyard?
Man, I gotta turn off predictive. Predictive is the fucking worst, man. keep rubber banding because of it. Tanky already. Just a ton of recovery from like the life gain and hit from a claw and the like one life leech node that I have. You just face tank shit already.
This feels like power.
Right, next passive is an extra proj. Passive after that is MSD in-game build. Yes. What champion? Just a question. We asked that question a lot as well because we didn't want it. We tried Raider, we tried Trickster. I think in Path of Building we tried Deadeye, and I'm pretty sure Deadeye has a higher damage but is way squishier, and Raider has a bit more damage but half or even less of the tank as well. Oh Jesus. Bye-bye. I gotta say, I love that shield mode button just being right there on my chat. That's just one click. Just a single click. It's just fucking whoop, gone. Thought I accidentally hit the shield again. Nope, I pressed that. Do you have to be pet blood by Merklad? I don't think so. Do you not go adrenaline? You get adrenaline. I think you get adrenaline. I wouldn't be against fitting pet blood into it if I could find a way to do that. I don't know what we give up though. Lol. Killer rare every gem levels up. I still love that. Okay, well, there's the strike. Right now that's going to be fortify. But for now, what do I put in there? Red. Anything red. Anything red that can go in there for like 2 more levels until I get.
We live in.
Inspirations, also library. Multi-strike's already used. Just fucking added fire. It's a half fizz weapon. It'll do for now.
Yes?
Oh, wait, ruthless. No. All melee.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Probably, honestly. Just chance to bleed for the flat. Ugh, no, that's actually super low.
Yes, who's back? Back again. Hulk is back. Tell a friend.
There we go. Yep.
Be well.
Hey, Hulk. With a 44-month resub. Welcome back. How you doing? Impale? Nah, I'm full converted to elemental. I don't even think there's fizz left in the attack. There isn't. Added fire I'll do until I get fortify, which I'm going to go get in just a second anyway. I'm not going to go do library now. I'm literally about to go kill Katava 5, where I just get the gems. As a week off, fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. I think I looked at Discord once and Twitter once in 5 days, and I didn't even sit down at a computer. I didn't even sit down at a computer for 5 days. This is actually like the first holiday, like proper holiday I've done in like 6 years. Literally 6 years since I've taken any real time away from content. Like I've taken a few days off streaming a few times, but it's been to like go to things, or I've still had like real work to do, like real work, like, you know, IRL work, or it's been to like go to ExileCon or something like that. It's always been work related somehow. Like this is the first actual break I've taken in 6 years. So I feel fantastic. Like I'm ready to go every day. I've never been this excited to stream in years. It turns out days off is actually probably important. I probably need to have holidays more than once every 6 years. Just like a week off, even just once a year, might be on the cards, because like I don't know, man, I feel a lot better. I did not realize how burned out I was until I didn't do anything for a few days. I didn't know.
Now seems a good time to question my life decision.
Does everyone get to see Shads doing that, or is that just us that can see that? What are these banned messages? Ah, so it is everybody. I thought that might be the case. Oh, whoops. It's just a bot thing. There's one of those bots came in with a bunch of racial slurs. We promptly put it on shield mode, which is why you can't spam type right now. Shad's just banning them all. Oh. Stop getting hit. Hey Baylor, have you tried being good at the video game? No, I have not. Actually, I gave it a go once, it didn't stick. On YouTube, none of that whatsoever showed up. Very clean. The stream bot wouldn't copy them all, which is very nice. Actually, I had forgotten that stuff gets copied into YouTube chat. I should have immediately gone over there and been like, ooh, no, and like checked. But I'm glad it didn't come through. Takes a week off, dies to Katava. Yeah, that feels right. Right?
The flame of hope may flicker, but it cannot be extinguished.
I never understand how sad of a person you need to be to like make a bot do that and then send it to somebody's channel. Like I can somewhat understand the bots that are like advertising RMT sites or like advertising their view botting sites or whatever. Like they're also annoying, right? They're also annoying and I wish those didn't happen. But like I understand what they're doing. But to do that, what just happened in our chat, how sad of a person do you need to be?
Back to where
Like,
it all began.
I legitimately feel bad for whoever that is. That's something that they would choose to do with their time.
You die rather well.
Like that's actually like really sad that you would use your time to do something like that. What happened? Just one of those spam bots that joins with like 100 different people all at once. Except instead of the normal advertising shit, this one was spewing out racial slurs. Which is just really sad that you would that someone would take their time to do that. Is this not slash remaining? No, no. Don't do it to me. Don't do it to me. Don't do it. Not like this. Not like this. Ah, I found it. It's fine. Oh.
Keeping out of...
Stay sharp out there.
Did it again. Gig with friends. The night of league start.
Remember, humanity.
All right, a wretched. While you be
Sounds like
stomping
you need
about,
new
I managed
friends.
to do a
Wait,
bit
hang
of
on.
my own. Got a hole full of baubles and trinkets here.
Maybe that's not the
which I managed
takeaway.
to,
Maybe that's not the takeaway. Maybe you should stop arranging to go out every 3 months. I like that one too. That's good as well.
Time for an encore.
Ah, mark on hit. Automated the mark. Automated the mark. Got fortify. That attack speed from the mastery, ascendancy is very nice. How long are you in the lead start? Because it wasn't 3 months. It was 2.5 months. Which is why we've still got 2 weeks left. I was missing an entire month. Wait, was it 4 months? Was this a 4-month league? Yes, idiot. Oh, my bad. My bad.
What?
Time isn't real. Okay, now it's a real build. Okay, so definitely, if I'm gonna put this out as a guide, we need to figure out fucking the first half of the campaign. We have to figure out the first half of the campaign because it's fucking great now. But that first half is dodgy. It was this build, Molten Strike Champion.
The laws of war.
Woo! Hey, this fucking thing. This fucking thing. Not tried Spectral Throw yet. Maybe Spectral Throw will be good. Even that's pretty good. Other than not being able to stand in the fire indefinitely and having to be in melee range of the fucking totems. But that's just a melee problem, like. This is also like a pretty mediocre claw I'm wearing too, so it's going quite well now. I'll definitely keep running this. I'll definitely keep running this version of it tomorrow because I want to get a better idea of the whole thing. Right, like not just the early leveling, but then we do have to solve that early leveling problem for sure. Just messaged me. I'll be in an hour late today. Boss left early last night. He messaged me. I'll be an hour late today. Can you do XZ before the open? The joys of being the boss. Leave late, come in early. leave early, come in late, rather. I don't think that would ever bother me from a boss unless it was a regular thing. It was just every now and then. I don't really care. If you're leaving early like 3 times a week and coming in late on 3 times a week as well, we got a problem. We're gonna have to have a conversation.
This is no fairy tale.
So we could go for a little bit of life here if we wanted it. Or we could travel up here and get the damage and attack speed wheel.
Gotta love not being able to sleep. Fuck me. Do you think that would help? I think you're so cool with your puns. 1, yes. And 2, that wasn't a pun, that was a sexual advance. Gamers don't have sex. I think I hallucinated a lot last week. Anyway. Yo, where the fuck am I supposed to go? I wish I knew how to play video games. I see it. It's over here. Go back any trials? Shit, I forgot about that.
Is the strongest metal of them all.
Baby, don't hurt me. Yeah, okay. So part 2 is really good. This is fine. If you're like a melee enjoyer, this is a pretty good fucking speed to be moving at.
Not you.
Yeah, by the time you're at part 2, you can be the runner of the group here for sure. Like it's actually quite good.
reborn! You are hideous!
Consider my claws level 10 levels under. It's still going alright too, like damage wise. Ten levels too low on the claw. Recovery's great. Probably don't face tank the slams, but like you can tank a lot as well.
Always a pleasure, milady.
Repass to drop the prod speed. So do you just drop fury bolts? I feel like if you drop fury bolts you just go this way, right? I mean, it isn't now because I think I need the strength. I don't need the strength. I don't think the answer to that is now. If I was to have a guess, I would say the answer to that would be when you get also +1 strike gloves. I think the 1 strike from the tree isn't quite enough coverage, and the reason that it feels real good right now is because I attack once and the whole pack dies because it explodes everywhere. I think if I reduce the prod speed, I might want another strike so that I'm targeting them from more locations. Keep the coverage up, that would be my thought. Even though technically that prod speed is lowering my single target damage, and reduced prod speed would increase it. I don't think we're like desperate at this stage for either of those things, and I'd rather just clear faster during the campaign. Right. Ugh. Right, I'll be back in just a second, and then we're going for a walk.
Never mind that. Where's chair? Oh, I put it to standing because I was gonna come back and put loud beeps in everybody's ear and go for a bit of a wander while I keep leveling. Here's the beeps. What is this? Where was I going? There we go. This walking thing is still real weird, but also like pretty good. Pretty good. I definitely should have got this a while ago. Does feel a bit weird with the keyboard and mouse though. Like it was okay on LE when I was using a controller, but a little weirder when you're using like a keyboard and mouse setup. Okay, I need a new claw now. It's new claw time. Fuck you, Soul Eater. You'll die anyway. Oh, and so will I, apparently. Feels a bit weird getting on a moving treadmill, but you good? Yep. Just forgot something. I forgot new claw as well. I mean, I don't have a claw. I just want a new claw. I gotta find one still. One of my larger gripes with melee builds. Just you always have to find a new weapon. And it feels like while leveling, that happens way too often. Like you get a new weapon, it feels great, and then you play for like half an hour, and then you're like,
Weapon's a bit shit. More claw nodes. What kind of damage do these nodes give? What are we at? 5.55? 5.7. 2.7, right? 2.55 to 2.7 for one node. That's not bad. That means these next few nodes will be really, really good.
The Brand King. His time has almost come.
Not as good as a brand new claw. Let's find a new claw on the ground. But pretty good still. Why am I staying to kill you? Yeah, see, when I first changed into this, it was like annihilating stuff. Silly weapons. Just scale like spells. Just scale like spells. Oh man, that guy's a soul leader and I dragged a whole pack over to it. Just leave it behind. Imagine playing melee, right? The thing is, it's not all attack builds. Like I play bow builds and I have to upgrade my bows. But when I'm 10 or 15 levels behind on a bow, it doesn't feel this bad. When I'm 10 or 15 levels behind on a claw or an axe or a sword, it does feel this bad. Why? I mean, this claw wasn't bad. At level 37, it was 164 DPS claw. That's a pretty decent claw. Of course, I'm nearly level 50 now. It's not good enough anymore. But like, there's tons of times where I'd be wearing a level 37 or 38 bow at still level 50 and still going fine. So why can bows do it? And whatever that is, can we do that to the other weapons? You have to do real damage to the in-game setup. That's one of the main things I really find annoying about melee builds. So you do get about 15 to 20% of your total DPS from a single totem. But there's no multi-totem setup in this one. So a lot of melee builds, you have to drop an Ancestral Protector and an Ancestral War Chief and the Val War Chief. You have to like triple drop things. We don't have to do that. We have one. Huge. We have one single totem. I mean, it's a slightly better claw, but I don't have the int for that. It's also not that much better. Yeah, I'll fix that shield in a second. Is it better? I think it is. It is. One totem isn't too bad. Yeah. Because it's just the attack speed totem. So you don't need to use it for mapping or map bosses or anything, but like big bosses, you're gonna want to put down totems still. But just the one totem, not three.
I can't do this just yet.
Something more tanky would be nice. Well, Shad's killed several Ubers in our private league with it. And I don't want it to sound like an insult directly towards Shads. But he's the closest in my group to my skill level. Like he's not exceptionally good. Like I play with some people who are very good and Shads is not one. So it means it's tanky and the build is good. He's designed a very good build. Is what I mean to say. It does sound mean. I say it sounds mean. Like, I don't want to be mean, but Shad's just shit. That's what that sounded like. I was cooking in the kitchen. I came back to say I've never been more insulted in my life.
Good tidings to you. Time and tide wait for no man.
They compensate for my lack of skill. Yeah, that's always my goal.
Good time.
There'll be time for that soon enough.
Good work clearing another. With the road to the Frisian forest clear again, I trekked through to the forests beyond to see if the strangeness we're seeing on the coast is also happening inland. What I saw nearly froze my heart solid.
Right, do you have any claws that I can actually wear without having to find more int? Man, do you really not sell me any claws? That's so fucking rude. I've already got an int amulet on too. Wait, why can I suddenly wear that? Did this thing have int? Oh, it did! Huge! Never mind. So what are you? 193 instead of 164. And you have a prefix free for the other damage. But no life gain on hit.
Farewell.
No life gain on hit, but it's a much better claw, so. I think while leveling, you just go, oh well. Right? Brings me from 2.8k to 3.1. It's something. Unfortunately, we lose all that life gain on hit, which is like a massive amount of life gain on hit. We're still looking for any fast claw, even just like a base or anything. I got a few essences.
I do love the stink of victory.
Is it me to check the vendors? Yes. That's not crazy. It's a good move, and I did check them. The vendor in this town didn't even sell a single claw. Not a good one, there literally wasn't a claw on the market. Or on the vendor, rather.
So strong. So dedicated. A man like you would never disappoint a lady in need. You're a gift, don't you see? A sumptuous feast for His Majesty on his wedding day. Really, we are both so touched by your generosity.
Hello. How build? Part 1 of the campaign was pretty dodgy. I'm gonna have to fix that. But it's feeling pretty good now.
Born of ocean's mire, and death
Just takes a little bit to get going.
And thus,
I'm sorry, Lady Nessa.
Hold on to you. Now, always keep your
Judge, goodbye.
Ah, the really? Keep your wits about you.
Turn your back. I'm afraid that keep your life to your own.
Let's go back to leveling the spectral throw. Yeah, a few people suggested that. I will try it out next time. I haven't given spectral throw a go, so hopefully that's okay. Because Molten Strike tends to pop off like around the beginning of part 2. It's fine. It's great. As long as you have a weapon for it. But that's a problem for every attack build, so that's fine. But as long as you get a weapon for it, it's fine. More claws, please. As I get more and more used to using this treadmill, I think I'm gonna have to turn the speed up a little. I feel like I want to walk faster than this. I am only at 2.2k an hour, which is pretty slow. I think 4 would still be far too fast for me. But 2.2 is starting to get a bit slow. The first time I put it on a few weeks ago, I had it set to 2 and I walked for 20 minutes and my hips and knees hurt after 20 minutes. That was bad. But we've gotten used to it now. Now we can walk for half an hour pretty comfortably. No pain at all. just try a little bit faster for the last 5 minutes. Let's try 3.
The black
3's all right.
tide wait for
That's a bit better.
Another.
I can do 3 for 30 minutes, 3 times a day. That'll be pretty good. Oh, I can get my life on hit back just there. Fantastic. You sure it's not miles per hour? No, I'm not sure at all. To be honest, I'm not even sure whether it's kilometers or miles at all. It just has an up and down arrow. And it just says 3.0 now. I don't know what it's in. Oh, I'm not that old, young, but I'm not that bold. I don't think it has a distance equivalent, it's just a speed setting. Ah. I mean, it also says I've walked 1.2, but it doesn't say miles or kilometers. It just says distance 1.2. 1.2 what, buddy? 1.2 what? I've walked 1.2 what? Oh. Does it make a model? Yep. Couldn't tell you. It's got orange strips down the side and it says Act Flame at the top. Use a metric system there? Yeah. Like the rest of the world? Yes. Should use a local. I mean, I ordered it off Amazon. It came from overseas. Could use anything. Description on Amazon is in miles per hour. In that case, I'm currently walking 3 miles per hour. I guess. Quite fast. It feels like a bit of a power walk right now. I just turned it up to 3. It feels like a power walk. Like I think I could jog, but it would be like a light jog. Keep in mind that I'm horribly unfit and overweight, so maybe that tracks. maybe a jog for some people. Like, I feel like it could be a jog, but like not quite. I mean, I'm face tanking 3 rares right now. My damage still isn't that high because I need a better claw, but I'm fucking tanky. It's just up. Honestly, you don't look overweight to me. Good.
Shine boldly so that all may find.
Because I still have shoulders and chest muscles still. But I am. What am I? Hang on. I have to check. I'm 180 centimeters, which is just shy of 6 foot, and I currently weigh 117 kilos, which has gone back up since last time I think I've put back on weight while I was in the process of losing it. I was at 130 when I realized I was too overweight. I got down to 104 before ExileCon, but then I went back up to 117, so now we're working our way back down again. Actually, 117 was a week ago before I went on holiday, so I have no idea what I am now. I'll check after I get off this treadmill. When I get this thing.
Touching this makes me feel quite strange.
Alright, let's end it. How long have I been on it? 35 minutes? That's fine. Whew. How often does the vendor refresh? Every time you level up, like 20% of the vendor stuff disappears and is replaced by a new 20%. Whew. Alright, let's see what I weigh now, with shoes on. Alright, so it's still 116. That's with shoes on. I was 117 before I went on holidays. Now I'm 116. But the lowest I got to was 104. And what I want to hit is under 100, and I want to stay there, not just hit it. I want to maintain under 100. That's the goal. Ooh. I usually weigh myself first thing in the morning after my morning shit when I'm in just my underwear.
at the normal time that I weigh myself.
Thank the gods.
You weigh yourself before and after your morning shit just to see how big of a load you dump. No. I also only weigh myself about once a week because I don't really care about the day-to-day. And like, you know, maybe one day we do have pizza for dinner. I don't want to weigh myself the next day and then like feel bad about it. But what I want is week-to-week improvements. Also, if I weigh 99 kilos one day and then I get a kilo of nachos on a plate and I eat them all, am I 1% nacho?
Ready, exile? It is time to hunt.
Until they are digested? Yes. Alright. This is the famous Bone Shatter? No, I don't like Bone Zone.
Hello to you, great dreamer.
This is Molten Strike. Unfortunately, I need a new claw. It looked a lot better like an hour ago. My claw's not great.
Where am I?
Your ideal weight? I don't really have an ideal in mind. I just want to be in 2 digits. I just want to be like in the 90s somewhere. I'm not trying to get like super fit or gym fit or like... I'm actually really comfortable still having a dad bod. Like I'm okay with like a little bit of the stomach there and whatnot. Like that's like the most comfortable I'd been with myself was like a light dad bod, but I progressed from that to just plain fat, so we're trying to work our way back to dad bod. I really have like an ideal weight, just 2 digits. And preferably 2 digits in a sustainable way. That's more important. Like just getting to 2 digits isn't really good enough if I just immediately bloat back up to 120 again, right? I need 2 digits, but it needs to stay at 2 digits. So goal definitely anything less than 100. But not like just straight up 99, because with 99 I'm gonna float back up to 100 again, right? Eastman shakes for those. How were those? Those are actually really good, and then they ran out and I never ordered more. I don't know why I didn't order more. They were working really well. I should put them back in again for like 1 meal a day.
That's 2 for me, artist.
Actually forgot I was using those. What brand mail? Good question. No idea. Like a medium build with a beer belly. Dad bod is like do mild labor for a living, but don't go to the gym or anything like that. Still have a little bit of a beer belly going on, but like some shoulder definition, some arm definition. Like you definitely work for a living,
Hello.
That level. It's gotten worse since putting the weight back on. Yes. Also, I discovered this week, at my current fitness level, my body runs out of energy before I'm done, or before she's done for the second or third time, which is a problem. That's not something I want to happen. So we're gonna have to work on that.
There is a fine line between consideration and hesitation. The former is wisdom, the latter is fear.
F's in the chat for my boy. Yeah, that's alright. We're working on it again. It's fine. We'll get there. I'll fix it. A lot of it is just lifestyle changes. Like, I'm still not going on a diet or anything. Like, I'm still just eating healthier in general, but no diet or anything like that. And then now I'm walking on that treadmill several times a day. That's new. I was only doing that for like a week before I went on holiday. So that's new. But then I plan to, so at some point this year, hang on, I'll answer that first. Any clue what you want to league start? Or are you still picking after notes? No idea. After notes. So at some point this year, I am going to lose my IRL job. Not for like any like bad reasons. It's just that the company is progressing to the point where my position needs to be a permanent position, not just a casual like I am. They're starting to get negatively affected by me taking league launches off and stuff like that. They've been a really good workplace. There's no like animosity or anything there. They knew what they were in for. I was very clear about what my restrictions would be. And it's been a few years. I think I've been working there for like 2 and a bit years or something now. So like, it's just gotten to the point where they need someone full-time at some point this year. So that's fine. I'm hoping that by the time that happens, I've got content to a point where it makes a living wage for me. That's the goal. And if that's the goal, I'll get 30 hours a week back, which is great. I'm going to spend some of that time adding some workouts in the mornings. Specifically, I want to add 2 times a week. I would like to do lift heavy things. And 2 times a week, I would like to do stretch things, please. Ooh. Ooh. Hello, beautiful. You're better already. You're better already, and you've got a free prefix. Easy. Easy. So yeah, I want to do like, I don't know whether it's going to be like yoga or Pilates, something like that, to do stretching, because my flexibility and shit and core strength is all shit, and that'll help with that. And twice a week for heavy lifting, lift heavy things, as well as continue to walk on the treadmill and get better and better at doing that for longer periods of time. I'd like to try and walk for like 2 hours a day eventually, at like a moderate speed while streaming. And I want to do that every day.
So if I can do 2 hours a day of walking and then 2 days a week of like stretchy and 2 days a week of lift heavy things, then I think I'll be fine. I think that'll be a good set of things to not die from. I actually don't know where the rank 2 flat damages are. Do we know where those are? I have a prefix open, but like I only have the level 14 flat. Does anyone remember where the next level of flat is? Just in case you don't need to build more muscle, your weight will go back up. Yes. I do want to build a little bit more muscle again and also stay under 100. That will also be more weight loss, but also as you build more muscle, just every movement in existence will burn more calories and therefore burn more fat. So that's fine.
Ranakesh.
I'll also be quitting this year. I don't know how long it's been, like 8 or 9 months since I've had a cigarette now. And it's been like 3 or 4 months now since I moved down to the lowest nicotine value vape. Because I started at 12, then I went to 5, now I'm at 3. And I want to get off the vapes as well. I'm getting too old to not look after my body, basically. Got to do a little bit of looking after my body. Causeway gives flat cold. Where the fuck is Causeway?
This land is...
How old are you? 36? Literally the next zone. Ah, sweet. The best way to respond to hell is you're old enough to know better and young enough to do it anyway. I don't know if I get to count as young anymore, young enough for anything. You'll tell me all the time losing it come to a halt. Slow way less than 20. Oh yeah, no. In my 20s, if I noticed myself putting on weight, it was fucking easy. I just go, oh, oof, I'll just lose weight again, and it was easy as piss. No problem at all.
I'm old enough now that I can sustain injuries from sleeping wrong. I'll just wake up with a sore neck.
What?
If I get up and it's too cold in my room, my hip will cause me pain.
Be well. One less.
Like, I'm old enough now.
Yes, I thank you. Though I loved him, I know Groost was lost to me the very moment he touched that vile abomination. There's an Asmeri.
It was a random shoulder pain that lasted 2 weeks. So yeah, I've done that before. Wait, isn't there one more Firefly?
I mean, fair wind.
When you try the child brutal, goodbye.
Just the Fireflies in the Dread Thicket. I did miss a Firefly. Hello, Firefly? Hello? There it is. Glad rework coming in 3.24. I can feel it. Glad could use a rework. Cold damage rank 2. Let's go throw some cold damage on here. Okay, what are we at? 4.7k? $5.8. Hey, that's better. Wait, hold up, melee. Yep, melee. Veiled Chaos Orbs on their way up to 2 div each. It's hilarious. Yeah. I have no idea how many of them I've got, but it doesn't matter. I don't need any of that money. Can you balance Trinity? If so, might be worth throwing it in. I can now. I could now, but I don't have a blue socket. Frankly, I probably wouldn't bother until Merklab. Because on Merklab I'll drop Fortify, and then I'll need a new link anyway. And then it'll be Trinity. I don't think Trinity would be better than Wed though, but only a little bit, so it's fine. I'm pretty sure Trinity's just straight up the best support in the game for damage for builds like this. It's insane.
So, fair winds and calm seas.
What was I gonna get next? I don't remember. Need to pull up the path building. Yeah, sure. So the trees going there. Yep. Over to here. Grab that and this. But honestly, it's probably time I took just a few extra life nodes. I'll probably grab that first and then head in there. Let's just take this and then head in there. That's enough life, right? Nearly 1500 life and I've got Fortify. That'll be fine. Oh, hello, buddy. What are you coming in to say hello for, hey? Hey, buddy. Up. Hello. Yeah, hi. Hello. Oh. Hello. Oh. Hi. Hello. Good boy. Down. Good boy. The dog's very cute. He sometimes comes in and patiently waits to be told up so he can get some pats. And then when I say down, he just like goes down, wags his tail, and then just walks away to do whatever it was he was doing. He's like, yep, I just came here for pats. Thanks. See ya. Like sometimes he hangs around. Sometimes he like sits on his mat and whatnot. But other times he just like comes in for a pet and walks away. My dog comes in, shoves everything off the bed, barks once, and then leaves. Why? What for? great. Doug just wanders in, knocks everything over, barks at you once, and leaves.
This goddess is...
Smartest dog I've ever seen, but also would be an axe murderer IRL. Oh, dash isn't long enough. To another galaxy. Just picked it up and tossed it down the stairs to break it open. I could finish this puzzle, or smash. Fixed. Dun, dun, dun. Up you come, buddy. I'm sure.
Death is the true
nothing else. Bye.
lust.
Ooh. Eh.
I do love the stink of victory. Oh, it smells just like the Theopolis Jew.
What's he got? What's he got? Nothing. Nothing.
Son
There'll be time for that soon enough.
I assume... Oh, I didn't miss anything. Sweet.
Ascend with precision.
I wonder if with this build I could just straight up face tank a Zaro. Like just not dodge. I have 1400 life. I have fortify. I've only got 2000 armor and I'm not res capped. I just get clipped a few times and then fair enough. Well, let's find out if I can.
The weary traveler draws close to the end. It is the sovereign who empowers the scepter, not the other way round.
Doesn't count if it misses me.
Honor your name. You are inexhaustible.
How much evasion do I have? I've only got 2000 evasion as well. I dodged way more than I should have there with 2000 evasion. Way more. That was statistically improbable, the amount of dodges that just happened. Can you really not dash over that gap? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Rude. I was actually hoping to get hit a few more times there at the first one because like I want to test if I can face tank it, right? I don't want to test if I can face tank it in the last round. I want to do that at the beginning when it doesn't matter. Decent so far. It does.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. To entertain the emperor beckons and the world.
Shads. Are there any alt molten strikes that I give a shit about? Alright, we're face tanking with the curses on.
Receive your sentence. Such resilience. This empire remains filled with emperors in waiting.
That's fine by me. Use a dwarf characters, you can get a delve in a more thematic way.
An emperor must keep those promises. You must navigate your empire through troubled waters.
Okay, well, we're still in the learning phase, so I'm just gonna face tank this last one as well. I hope I don't die.
Enjoy the reprisal. Justice
okay.
Is served.
Something can kill me there. What was it? I want to know what that was. Was it a slash? I think it was a slash. What the fuck was that? What the fuck? Never do that, please, ever. Some sort of dot because you were melting after the portal. Yeah. Okay, let's see if we can put a little bit of fire and a little bit of cold res on. No? Really? Huh.
I'll need to build up some muscle for this one.
Bled to death. Ah. Bled to death with an anti-bleed flask on my bar. Classic. Okay, put a little bit of stuff on our gear so that it looks like actually reasonable.
Godslayer, good day.
Let's try that again.
The goddess is watching.
That bleed will be because I left the curses on. Because I left the curses on, I was able to be bled from vulnerability. Did I not click that? Hello?
Oh, the weary traveler draws close to the end and powers the scepter, not the other way round.
So, let's not do that again by killing the curses this time.
Honor your name.
There we go.
Scepter of God.
Now we don't care anymore.
You are inexhaustible. Sweep the trappings of past emperors aside. Make your empire
Buddy?
anew.
What are you doing standing on that side? Your mat's over here. Come here, bud. Let's go. So don't let yourself get bled to death. And it seems like 1500 life is more than enough. Comfortable. I seem to be able to face tank it all except bleeds, so just don't get bled to death. I am, by the way, still of the opinion that bleed in this game, the enemies bleed specifically, bleed and corrupting blood, super fucking unbalanced. Like, they're so much more dangerous than anything else. So much, like easily 5 to 10 times more dangerous than anything else.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation.
Bleed is the thing that has killed me the most in this game. Yeah. It's actually insane how much more dangerous bleed is than anything else.
You are condemned. You were born for this. This empire remains filled with emperors in waiting.
Tipsy Tom, how you doing? By the way, did we ever take shield mode off? I forgot that I put that on. You walked yourself to death in like, I don't know, half a second? In under 1 second. Okay. Yup. I was banned a lot. Nice. Yourself? Fantastic. I haven't felt this good in a long time. Not like physically, I'm still fat, but I took a week off and I took like 5 days off where I didn't do any work of any kind. And I can't explain how much better I feel with words. I don't have... Yeah, hello, buddy. I don't know how to explain how much better I feel. It's almost like you're not supposed to work 7 days a week every single week of the year for 6 years straight.
Must keep those promises.
Bud, what are we howling at? Hey.
The Empire awaits you with open jaws.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel way better now.
Honor your name. I die for the Empire.
cutthroat claw go back. I mean, I got this claw now, so it's going to be nearly a 300 DPS claw with attack speed. It's going to be hard to beat. Although the Gut Ripper is the right kind of claw to be able to beat it. It's not though. I live for the applause, live for the applause. Do I care about any alt gems for this whole build? No. Okay. Well. Here you go. Well, actually, in that case. Projectiles deal more damage with hits and ailments as quality? More? Oh, so it's to counter the less. Okay, sure. In which it does a minute t-shirts on Friday and Sundays, so occasionally family and book just chill. So right now I do this obviously, and if you look at my stats you can see how much I'm doing, but I also work like 30-ish hours a week plus, you know, an hour a day travel each way. So it's a little, I am kind of burning the candle at both ends, so to speak. Which is fine. I've been doing fine. But at the same time, I didn't realize how burned out I was until I took a week off. And then I was like, oh boy, do I feel better now that I've taken a little bit of time. Can't afford a house. No, I'm living with my parents. But this is a personal choice, right? Like, for me, if I went back to my actual career, like the one I'm trained and qualified for, I'd be fine. I could absolutely move out of my own and afford a house. I do get paid. I did in that trade get paid quite well, despite hating it.
Travel far.
I am choosing to do this because I want to make content creation the full-time job. What was your actual career? I'm a printer by trade. It's not what I do now, but large format offset printing. That means anything to anyone?
It's hard to look good when I'm always braving Suez.
Did not know there was a career. It's a trade. Means you're way too familiar with Xerox. No. No. No, it does not. Well, we're fucking popping off now. The perma fortify let me change it into Trinity support.
is huge.
My spirit is spent.
You there, local, come here.
Alright, let's see how we go here. Yeah, that's fine.
After that,
that's a reasonable amount of damage for your whole league start. Trash gear everywhere, only in a 4-link. I'm comfortable with that. That seems fine. It's just that part 1 we really need to fix. But I think, well, spectral throw might just be the trick, really. And we'll come back to that later. Imagine the single target with return proj. Return proj will be the 5th link. I just can't see what. So return, I actually think it's possible that return proj would be better pure single target damage on a stationary target right now than Trinity. But with only a 4-link, most of my time is just spent one-shotting packs, including magic packs or killing rares that take 1 second to kill. And Trinity's damage is there immediately, and return projectile has to wait for them all to do their proj and then bounce back. And I think that the amount of damage I actually deal is higher with Trinity on a 4-link because I'm dealing it with the initial hit and I'm one-shotting everything. But return proj is almost certainly the 5th link.
Good to see these out. Be well.
Unless you have a Nimbus.
Tell me something. Any chance you
Which,
might
good
be
luck.
willing to join force? Don't do anything I would.
2 remaining links, return proj and then Nightblade. Yeah. C D E F you and your mom and your sister and your child. That being said, what I am going to do for a little while is keep my sleep schedule good and probably only do between 7 and 9 hours a day until the league starts so that I don't get back into burnout. So that's going to be enough for me today. I'm going to call it a day. That plays both shitload of damage and tank on the side. Yep. Oh, I also changed your pathing slightly. Well, not pathing. I took this mastery because another 25 life gain on hit when you only have 1600 life is probably unnecessary because I've already got 40 from here, but now I've got 65. It's just we were already there, and I was like, that's so much life on hit. Now it's 65 life on hit per hit. with Molten Strike doing its thing. I just, that's already there, man. Solves mana problems though? Nah, that's only if you offhand. Gain 25 mana per enemy hit with offhand claw attacks. I solved mana problems in Act 1 though, because the pathing comes through here, and we were just originally taking this for just a tiny bit of leech, and then I realized in like Act 1, if I just take these two nodes, that's mana solved. Later on I won't need them, and I will just respec out of those two because this is enough when you're doing enough damage. But like from Act 1, if you take all these two extra nodes, mana solved. Because instead of 0.4 mana leech, you've got another 0.4 there, and then another 0.8 there, and then 25% total maximum and 60% recovery. And just that solves everything. The only reason I still have a mana flask on is because sometimes I whirling blades through an entire zone for a while without hitting shit, and then that means talk about mana being an engaging mechanic. There's never been a game in my life that I've ever played where dealing with mana was an engaging mechanic. It's an absolute annoyance, a hindrance, just something I don't want to deal with, but I'm forced to. There's never been a game I've played in my life where I've run out of mana and gone, that was fun. I'm gonna run. I will see everybody later. Bye.